Hello and welcome everyone to D6. I, Ocean, bring together several friends from across the internet to play on a TTRPG show.
Sorry.
Good?
Or something.
Yeah, that one surprised me. I almost lost my headset. I almost, full on head to death. Oh my god.
Yeah.
I grabbed my headset because I have the Kraken Kitty ones. They almost went flying.
God. Alright,
I just fixed these.
Alright, well then, before we get on into today's session, and don't forget to take your Claritin.
I'm fine, alright? Jesus.
Relatively quick announcements, so that way we can go ahead and jump into game beforehand. So first and foremost, all of our episodes are up, and as well as our podcast episodes are up to date as well. So if you guys are interested in catching some of our content relatively early, you guys can check it out over on our Patreon. There's D6 EOE on Patreon, and you guys can catch all of our episodes a week early, as well as some other relatively cool rewards, such as some of our homebrew content, and hopefully what might be the release of a couple of interesting pieces of subclasses or archetypes I am currently building for what will be for the next campaign. As well as compiling everything that was almost left to the wayside from campaigns past and nearly got lost in the old D&D Beyond system. I have been able to compile everything into a couple of books or documents at this point, and hopefully, as I've been wanting to do, is finally make an actual kind of source book for this world eventually. Again, it's just at this point, it is kind of doing a little bit of rewriting for what will be the world lore, as well as a bit of detail of what might be not just only for the future, but also what has already happened before, and a little bit of clarification on the world and all that fun stuff. So, just keep an eye out for any consistent stuff that's going to be released, especially for us over on the Patreon. And your support, as always, really helps us. Thank you. Also, our sponsors. Our really, really cool sponsors. We have a couple of them. First and foremost, I'm not wearing any of it right now, but our wonderful sponsor known as Volante. In case you guys don't know who Volante is, they make super awesome, cool, superhuman streetwear that just really speaks to me. I love the style of them, and they fit really great. They're made out of amazing material. I personally have one of their jackets, and also a couple of other pieces from them as well. If you guys are interested in checking out any of that, there is going to be a link down below with more details. And anything you guys buy, we get a bit of a kickback, as always. And speaking of things to buy, and also I finally got the icons for them up here. Our friends over at EM Publishing. EM Publishing makes Advanced 5th Edition, which is going to be the system that we will be using for the next campaign, and we're also using a couple of the rules from Advanced 5th Edition in this campaign as of current, such as the Fatigue and Strife system and replacing of the Exhaustion system. If you guys are interested in checking them out, there will be a link down below, and you can also pick up the PDF version of the core rulebooks, which are still significantly cheaper than getting the physical books because of tariffs. But if you guys feel like buying a physical book, or if you guys feel like checking out their starter kit, there will be a link down below, so that way you can have an easier way to buy them. And as I've said, anything you guys buy, we get a bit of a kickback, which is nice. It helps run the show. Alrighty. I think that's all to do with sponsors and whatnot.
I think so. I think you got it all covered. Yay, you did it.
Alrighty. Well, that being said, let us go ahead. See, here we are. Jump on into today's session of D6. So, where we had last left off, as the Wandering Vanguard make their way to Humgeuy in search of a means to have Winry ascend to the position of sovereign for Humgeuy, she found herself being caught up in political affairs involving Bromfulltide as well as the elders of Humgeuy. In an attempt to garner the favor of the people of Humgeuy and as well as begin a means of investigation, given the concerns involving Wallenstein and the mysterious death of a fellow candidate. Well, two fellow candidates. As Winry goes to meet with one of them, she finds a dead body in the middle of a home and a knife pierced through the heart. Calling upon Salazar to seek her out. That what we have left off.
Hooray, we get to do a forensic investigation. I'm so happy.
Salazar. Heeding the call of your ally, you find yourself teleporting to the north side of Humgeuy. Oh, here we are. As you begin to do a little bit of surveying here, you notice that there is a bit more of a dour energy here in the northeast of the island. You can definitely tell the temperature here is a bit cooler, given its natural propensity to the western tundra. As you enter the house, you notice that Winry kind of standing right before the threshold of the home, and the familiar smell of rot as it kind of permeates through the door.
I think smelling rot, I would be able to tell right away, like, what is advanced and what is not advanced decay.
You
Correct?
would.
Okay.
Based
Does it seems like advanced decay?
It does seem like a form of advanced decay. Even though it is much cooler on this side of the island, it does seem like something has caused this, has caused the rotting to expedite things.
Strange.
Okay, I'm terribly sorry. Who is popping the end of their pen there? Please stop. It is driving me nuts.
Oh, sorry.
And no one fesses up.
It was me. I said sorry.
Oh.
Mumbled it.
Sorry. Wanna know?
I think Salazar just looks at this situation and just folds his arms in front of his chest. Well, seems like this whole thing just got a lot more complicated.
Yeah, it did. I didn't want to enter and disturb the scene, but we gotta collect that knife.
You found her like this?
Yes. With permission from, and she will gesture to the older halfling next to her. He's a concerned neighbor, and he permitted me entry.
Is he there right now?
Yeah, he's kind of just like waving.
He looks over to him.
Tall men on the island. As he kind of just looks towards you.
Questioned him about all this, Winry.
I've done some questions, nothing in depth. If you would like to secure the scene and make sure that everything's all right in there, I'll make sure that I get all the answers I can from this gentleman here.
Very well.
Salazar will enter the room.
As you enter the room, you take notes from your base investigation. What this place tells you is that this used to be somebody that was a researcher. A researcher of the scientific arts, much like yourself. However, definitely not in the practice of medicine, per se. As you take a closer look to some of the notes and documentation, this was somebody that researched the Earth. Not really a paleontologist.
You mean a geologist?
Yeah, closer to a geologist. As you notice that there are various types of stone and rockwork, as well as what looks like to be some detail findings that concern orichalcum with the island, as well as many of its proper use cases as a medium for being able to infuse magic with steel and various other properties. Given that this material is also extremely volatile, if not handled correctly by certain smiths, and the skill of understanding the temperature that necessitates to keep this material stable, this person obviously was taking a massive step forward in advancing Humgeuy to what would have been this new age of magical technology.
And now they're dead. What a waste.
I'm going to immediately ritual cast Detect Magic.
The whole building, it reeks of evocation and enchantment magic.
I see.
Even though it does reek of it, it is the whiff. It is unpowered.
Gotcha.
Whatever,
So it's like not active magic, but it is the traces of magic left over by something.
Not only is it traces, but it's not powered. So there would have been a power source to keep these magics active, but it's not here. It's gone.
Salazar, thinks for a moment. Being a... Oh,
It's alright.
Doggy has some input.
Indeed.
does it seem like this source of power may be entirely unique, or would I have seen something like it before?
This, based on your history, this is kind of reminiscent to how those who initially would use forms of like what are like cores of Arcanum. As you are aware, these are consolidated and condensed forms of pure magic, and they're often used as kind of batteries to empower massive pieces of technology. It seemed like that there was a development to kind of shrink these things down, as they are about the size of a halfling. So one that you could potentially hold in the palm of your hand is a massive leap.
It's like how telephones went from bricks to cell phones.
Or a computer the size of a room.
There you go.
Am I getting any magic from the... There's still like a knife embedded in her chest, correct?
Correct.
Am I getting any magic from that?
There is no magic that comes from the knife itself, and upon closer inspection, giving your passive medicine, you notice that there is no excessive bleeding from the knife wound. There's, of course, the initial, like, entrance wound and the blood that would have come from it, but...
Yeah, it makes sense, because the knife is still in there. She wouldn't have bled that much. All the bleeding is probably internal.
Upon closer inspection, you would notice that it's, again, not as excessive. And you could also tell the blood is unnaturally coagulated.
Ah, it was poisoned.
So Wallace,
would I, as a child of Zahir, be able to identify if poison was involved here?
In terms of pure medicine, you would know that there is certain poisons in medicine, certain poisons or medicines that do this. However, this kind of medicine isn't particular to your own research, so I need you to make me a medicine check for me.
Medicine check?
Yeah.
As a doctor?
I know.
I think this might be like the first one of these I've done.
Maybe the
This
second
campaign.
over the course of the campaign, but...
Well, actually being a doctor, or a forensic doctor, I suppose, but... That's an 11.
That's an 11. Unfortunately, you are not familiar with the type of medicine or poison that has anything to do with this. However, you are aware of a close apothecarian that might know a bit more than you.
The room here, does it look like there's any struggling happening?
With passive investigation, you can tell no. The seat itself is natural. From what the determination based off of the angle of the knife and how it was injected, you can tell that somebody came up from behind and then plunged it in by pulling. So by that determination, this was an assassination.
Oh, the knife is going like through her back, out through her chest.
It
If I
says if
understand.
somebody reached out in front of them and then pulled the knife towards their chest
Gotcha.
and then left it there.
Well, dog's about to go nuts. Or are they? Don't make liars out of me, motherfucker.
They got that face going on.
Probably outside. I'm having a bit of trouble visualizing this. So it's the way I'm thinking this wound happened is someone from behind her reached around and pushed the knife into her chest.
Yeah.
Yep.
Kind of
Like
in
a pull motion.
a pulling motion.
No.
Yeah.
Almost like you can't see their face on purpose.
Yeah.
Basically, making it look like, if you want to pretend this, imagine somebody like taking a knife, plunging it into their own chest, but they're trying to make it look like she took the knife and did that. That kind of action. If that helps.
It does.
I think he's dealing with dodges.
Sorry, I had to deal with something real quick.
But yeah,
Locate the dogs.
so for the sake of like an example, like if somebody stood behind me and they came at level, like they reached from beyond my arm from here and then plunged the knife right here. So they
Whoa,
kind of
goodness.
just had to reach around and then do it.
Gotcha, okay.
Which, depending on who it
So-
is, that could be very easy or very difficult, depending on who did the task.
Yeah, but it also means she wouldn't have seen who did it.
Maybe their hand, if they're not totally
There might
gloved.
still be something.
Yeah. Or
So, what I'm getting so far is she was not aware of the person who killed her. She was stabbed from behind with a knife through the chest. The knife, or something, may have been poison tipped. Something was stolen, a power source for whatever she was working on here. She didn't die immediately. There was no struggle.
it could be either that she knew the person was there and didn't expect it, or didn't know they were there at all.
I would like to mage hand. No, there's no magic coming from it, so I would like to mage hand the knife.
Yeah, Mage Hand will preserve the fingerprints.
As you cast the magic, as the hand wraps around the knife and pulls it out,
What's the make of it?
it is very reminiscent of a particular style that you would be familiar with, given your travels throughout Erzheimel. This looks like to be a particular design that of Wallensteinian make.
Mm-hmm.
Ah, I see what's happening here. The pieces are beginning to fall into place. The dagger in question was of Wallensteinian make.
I can tell you're making notes, and I appreciate that so much.
Yeah, this...
Aren't those people that they were at war with?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
All right, then.
So this is... either... But who would have known about what she was working on? It seems like none of her research notes or projects were taken. It was just the power source.
From what you can detect, that's as much as this room would be willing to tell you. If you're looking for something a bit more specific, I'm going to need you to roll investigation.
I will do this.
Okay.
Do thing!
And I will do my level best to preserve this scene as best I can while investigating.
Okay.
Shabushki. That's a 29.
All right.
I think that'll work.
Upon walking around, you kind of begin to gather... While so many a researcher, much like yourself, you know, messes like these are bound to happen simply just because for those of, you know, of an intricate mind, everything is in its place. But you begin to realize that this person is far more intricate than that. They are neat. As you go through certain drawers and you begin to kind of see how they dress, they are what you can detect as particular about where things are set. Research notes being kind of just spread about here, while yes, any researcher would, this woman probably wouldn't. Somebody has rifled through these things and kind of made it look like a mess to make them look insane.
Oh, so I can tell that this scene was purposely laid out to look like a mess?
Yes.
To
Okay.
deter you from looking any further and investigating.
Just trying to think of anything else I could look into. Was this halfling particularly old?
About to say maybe about 25, 30 years older than Winry. So in terms of old for a halfling, you know, they're young.
Still quite young, but not like a...
It would put her at the age of about 75 to 80.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
I forgot to also note another particular detail about her outfit. Sorry, this is something I forgot to tell you.
Okay.
She, while she does seemingly wear robes that of the Northwest tribe, you notice that she has the same type of cape as Winry does.
The same type of cape?
Yes. That
As
very...
in a... What's it called? Storm something?
One of the scholars of Humgeuy. So, like, especially in this particular area...
Not the magical item. I see.
Yeah, no. So it's that brownish, almost,
Beige?
no, it's
Bronze?
not bronze. Yeah.
Auburn. I see.
Okay.
Yeah, kind of like bronzy, kind of light bronze color.
It's got a bronze tint to it.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
It's slightly shimmery.
And that
Yeah.
marks her as a scholar of Humgeuy.
Yes.
Okay. Someone had to have known what she was working on. So, someone who knew what she was working on killed her, tried to make it look like maybe she was insane or something, and possibly maybe killed herself? That might also be the implication there, but...
That is what the assassin tried to convey.
Yeah.
At least. Because you got high enough to understand that it was not them doing it to themselves.
Right.
The particular
Had to have been
I mean, obviously they didn't do this to themselves, but
Yeah.
I'm trying to figure out if the specific method was made to make them make it look like a suicide, essentially.
I mean, that would be, besides hiding, I would think that'd be the other reason. Because it's like, if it's at arm height, it would be like, oh, this person clearly pulled the knife into their own chest.
Okay.
At least that's the assumption right now.
Staging
gotta-
the scene to look one way when it actually is another.
The other particular thing that you notice is that the body was definitely relaxed after the
Yeah.
stabbing. You could tell by just the way it kind of sits. It couldn't make the attempt to reach for the knife, but you can see that the arm probably attempted to do so, but they were too weak to try.
So either they knew who that was, and they didn't
That could have
expect
been
danger, or they were hiding.
They could have that motion could be very well the byproduct of the poison.
Yes.
Gotcha.
Say that, yeah.
So it might be a paralytic poison then.
Yeah?
That's right.
A coagulant and a paralytic, assumedly.
Okay. I'm looking over my spell sheet right now, just looking for anything else that might be able to help me. There's already one spell I know that I'm going to cast, but I'm trying to save that for the end here. I don't think there's anything else I can discover here. Okay. Salazar is going to approach the cadaver. And I will cast Speak with Dead.
Alright. As you begin the process of casting the spell, as you go to pull the materials, and as the ring of necromancy begins to lift from the ground, almost like small tendrils, as it pulls energy from the star itself. Citra.
Huh? Oh, we're leaving that in a cliff. Jerk! I was ready!
You hear an
Damn.
explosion in the distance.
As you find yourself within the northeastern tribe area, your assistance with blacksmiths and various other individuals have afforded you a moment's rest. As you traverse throughout here, you can definitely tell there are various individuals who are not just only well armored, but also well armed. You see that there are developments on each bay side of the tribe here, as what looks like to be these massive ballista weapons as they point out towards the bay. You also get a kind of look about you as individuals, especially here within the Northeast tribe. They're not exactly familiar with tallmen, let alone a tallman with horns.
Oh, so they wouldn't be aware of tieflings then, huh? Well, considering that that's what her outward appearance is.
Yes.
I mean, to be fair, like, she wouldn't just start approaching people because she understands she's an outsider, but she would give a friendly wave or what have you just to kind of show that she is open to talk if they want to approach her.
Yeah. Along with, a lot of these individuals, you also notice that a lot of these halflings kind of wear the same cloak as Braum does. The one that kind of just hangs over the massive shoulders and the kind of width of him, but theirs are more slender. And some kind of have a bit of fashionate design to them. Almost as if you can tell who does the fighting and who does the crafting within this area of the tribe. However, you do notice that nobody here kind of has that same, the air of scholarly intent as Winry and various others of the Southeast tribe does.
They're more militant than they are scholar.
Yeah.
Essentially. I mean, if she's near any of them, she would make a comment going that their armor is, fairly pretty.
Yeah.
And then just, I'm assuming you're all from Brahm's tribe?
See, as kind of one of the blacksmiths look up to you. Yeah, there's, Braum kind of leads the whole tribe here, but we're hoping for something a bit more unifying.
Oh? I'm kind of new to the island. Could you catch me up on that?
It would be understandable for outsider in Tolman to not really know our ways. But yes, Lord Braum, he makes it an effort to try and protect the tribe here and to that of the West as well. He arms us, trains us. He was a bit of a traveler and even left the island for a short time before returning.
He left the island? I
Yes.
was told that this place was pretty hidden for a while.
Well, if you're from here, you could always make your way back, but it was a few years ago that he left, and apparently he traveled all throughout the Viserian Sea.
Wow. Quite a lot of traveling. Oh, I'm sorry. My name is Citra. I didn't mean to be rude.
Oh, as you
She'll,
see...
very not disrespectfully, but lean down a little bit to offer her hand and, a handshake.
Hector.
It's nice to meet you.
Yes, it's a pretty common name for us around here, but yeah, I've never met anyone like yourself. You look, you look like you're very familiar to that of the, Southwest tribe.
I'm actually from Acelsium, actually, and I'm known as a tiefling.
I mean,
she's not about to say, I'm something else.
You certainly dress like a Southwester, but I suppose I was a little over presumptuous.
Yeah, Acelsium's very hot. It is desert, so.
Well, Southwest can get a bit more temperate, given it's right in between that hot and cold area,
Yeah. So far, it feels like a mix of daytime Acelsium when you go further south, and then when it gets colder, it's nighttime Acelsium, essentially, for me.
I've never been to Acelsium. Never really found a reason to leave the island. It's plenty comfortable, and food as well. Caravans make it very easy for us to be well fed as well. Trade is healthy, and We have a very nice bartering system, so you might be able to find anything particularly useful if you want, but your skill with the hammer is quite unique, and is kind of just pointing to some of the other blacksmiths who have been kind of eyeing him back.
Well, it's
There might be
nothing
some
compared to dwarven work, but I appreciate it.
We've heard of dwarven work before. I never really touched anything like that. Maybe one day.
It's quite a feat to watch them work.
Yes. Well then, as you kind of notice, there is a bit of a ring of attention to get people up and going. Well, that all aside, I gotta get back to work, but thank you for the help. We really do
Absolutely.
appreciate it.
Is there anything else I could do for you?
No, nothing that comes to mind. We got plenty of armor sets and plenty of blades and arrows, so, our work will continue, but the extra assistance was well and appreciated.
Of course.
And you see is kind of just like, bye.
Yeah.
And as they walk off,
Cetra's like, they're a whole lot nicer than their leader, that's for sure. She doesn't say that out loud, but like that's the assumption so far.
as you do, you kind of hear the faint footsteps as they get close to you of just like, it's always nice to be one to help out around, especially to those who might see you as a peculiar one.
I'm assuming that's Azure.
Yeah.
She's like, I'm glad I'm used to you just up hearing. Yeah, I mean, it's just okay, you're a weird outsider versus, everything else you would get in a Celsium. Mm-hmm. But it has gotten better over the year-ish.
Don't take their silence as a means of acceptance. Trust you me.
I'm not. I just got here. I wouldn't expect that.
I mean, for a Celsius.
Oh, well, no. Trust me, I'm well aware that that's gonna be a long, long process. And it's never usually linear either.
Well then, small talk aside, I need you.
Or... I'm assuming it's not weaponry.
Certainly not. In fact, we are off to gain some knowledge.
Alright. Where to?
Where I found the Santide.
Oh?
Yep, kind of just leading the
That
way.
piqued your interest.
Yep.
I'm sure, because I'm assuming probably over the travels, Wenry has probably spoken about the Sandhide / Nightwish and all that.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah, she would have given a good rundown
Yeah.
of just like, hey, we found this here.
As you see, as he kind of just pushes forward. So many lost tales kind of buried beneath this island.
So many?
Yes. As you might have remembered Winry mentioning, Mungrir was much like I, a very ancient, very powerful dragon. As you know, they are not easily trifled with.
No.
And as all dragons are, they like to collect peculiarities and also seal some things away so that mortals may not stumble upon them.
So his horde would be on the island?
His horde kind of spread out everywhere, but I think some of the most important things he liked to sleep upon.
That's interesting. Wenry was catching me up on it on and off about how you found the Sandhide and... It was underwater?
And it was. Which is why I hope that you're capable of holding your breath for a while.
I don't even think Cetra's ever swam. I'm gonna be honest with you, Eric. Looks at the stats.
Well, we gonna find out.
I don't think I've ever swam before, so I guess we'll find out.
Either which way,
Probably
we're
did like
in-
once as a kid, but that's about it.
I'm in need of you because of your particular talents for what you are.
Things that should not be said out loud. Got it. Mm-hmm.
Oh, on an island like this, I don't think we have to worry about that.
Well, given how crazy things have been, I would still err on the side of caution. Given
Fair
that
enough.
I was also told that apparently the Icar's also been found here.
It is. Now that's concerning.
Every room we've been to.
Why on Humgeuy?
I don't know. We know what it looks for, and it's very potent.
Then I suppose that might have to be one of our stops on the way out. I don't trust something like that being left alone.
No. There's also just something about that Brom guy that makes me very suspicious, and I'm not usually suspicious of anyone.
Brahm is wholly unique unto himself.
I'm trying not to assume too much, because that would be rude, but I don't know. Politics usually bring out the worst in people.
That just may be so. I've seen entire nations collapse under those who could not and those who did agree with each other at the time.
It's gotta be frustrating to watch it happen again and again.
You just learn to live with it.
I mean, that is the chaos of life.
Borders expand, contract, people change. Everything always changes. That's the nature of the world in of itself. If it doesn't change, it stagnates. And if it stagnates, it rots.
Sure does. And yet, this thing in the sky wants it to stagnate.
For what reason, we will have to find out at some point. But for now, it's
Stand
kind
tight.
of just...
Right.
Yeah. As you guys just trail off into the mountains of Humgeuy.
Yeah, I don't think we've ever had Citra swim, so it's like, I guess. But
How good-
Pathfinder was a little terrifying when it came to swimming.
How good is your athletics?
Her athletics is pretty good.
Oh, that's good.
Sorry, not yeah, it's a +6, but she also has proficiency in it, but her acrobatics is also a +10, so whichever, I guess.
Let's see.
Kind of hard to use acrobatics underwater.
There's a whole sport behind that. Watch yourself.
Nix,
Yee.
you find yourself flying at the speed of sound.
The speed of oh, Jesus, he's here, that bastard.
As you are ripping through the sky in order to try and find this little fucking asshole.
But as little Hornsby though, right?
Oh yeah, for sure. Like probably a
So it's like
black-looking one.
a weaponized dart coming at him.
Yeah.
As you find yourself back within the Southeast Tribe area, you begin to look around, and with your passive, you can take note that it's not hard to point out a tall man amongst halflings here.
No.
Mm-hmm.
The familiar visage of a sneaky boy, kind of dipping, diving, and going in between buildings. You do take note to kind of just the head turn before trying to slowly make their way out towards the northern path of Humgeuy that makes its way to the northeast end of the island.
I'm gonna see where his hideout is first, and then corner him. Where he's basically trying to keep camp or whatever. I will know where he lives.
You can see that he saunters along the main road and making very slight delightful conversation with some of the caravanners who make their way as some who do cross, before him taking a very hard left turn into the mountainside.
And this is in the north.
This is in the northeast end of the island, yeah. Once again, kind of looking back and forth as you see as he clears some of the brushing away with his hands, as if nature becomes commanded by his action, before entering a small inlet of a cave as he passes through its mouth.
Alright, I'm gonna go in.
Yeah.
By the way, if you like, there is also the option of turning into one of the small little terrestrial dinosaurs that's around here, if you so choose.
Oh no, I'm gonna show up as a figure in the doorway, right behind him.
It smells like bitch in here.
As you enter the mouth of the cave, you see it doesn't go very far. It's about as large as a kind of just like room would be. As you just land there, and you see as you take back your original form, you stand there like a haunting dark figure in a cave mouth of just pure blinding light. Before the head turns around. Shit.
Mm-hmm.
Shit. Not exactly sure what else you want me to say. I was kind of hoping to avoid this, but...
Uh-huh. So... why are you here?
Entirely by mistake.
Okay.
And I am doing my damnedest to remove myself from the equation.
Now, Nyx, is remembering what that professor said. Humgeuy is in the north, right?
It's in the northwest, yeah.
Okay.
In terms of geography of Erdziheimel.
Yeah, if you're looking at the map.
Yeah. But now Nyx is trying to figure out, their information about, like, they know that one of the Brights was in the north. It's like, okay, do they know enough that Humgeuy is here as an island that is completely cut off from land?
You would be already aware, given the fact that there was a conversation about how Wallenstein tried to invade this place a little over a year ago.
Okay.
Or 2 years now.
So, yeah. Okay, so they are aware of this island, so rumors of him being in the north can still follow this alignment. Okay. Nyx is like, well, you're not doing a very good job at staying undercover.
Well, I will admit, the people here are very nice. If not for the fact that they're a bit, and I say this respectfully, primitive, I would stay.
Yes, they've been cut off from other sources, and collaboration creates technology, and so on and so forth. But that doesn't change the fact that you may be noticed.
I'm probably already well noticed. Not to burst that bubble. I mean, you're here.
I'm here, yes. But someone inland knows that you're here. Knows that a Bright is here.
That complicates things, I suppose. And how do you know of this?
I was informed of this when assisting one of my newest party members with an ordeal of, like, resurrection. But I got this information specifically from one of your mother's ex-colleagues. I believe... me as Ray, I'm forgetting her name.
Donna Sacone.
Donna Sacone.
Donna Sacone.
Dr. Sacone. Deserter. Specifically, originally from Dawning Academy. I'm well familiar with that.
Mm-hmm.
Can't tell you how many times a failure meant a ruler upon my knuckles. I will say, though, it does sound like that's a different concern apart from mine.
The more people who know about you, the easier that the one who's trying to track you down might try to find you.
Well, then, as he goes and steps over towards you, you can do what you did before, and maybe throw them off of my back. Just,
How?
Do what you do. Change into me. I mean, it's not like you haven't already, specifically considering there are plenty of children running around convinced that I am their father.
Nyx kind of rolls their eyes and is like, I still gave you permission to tell them that a fucking changeling did it.
That's well and good. It just makes life a little bit more difficult to live in Vale, and I don't live in Vale, obviously. I'm just simply at the service of it.
Right. But there's a complication with that. I can't turn into you any longer. She took all of that.
I see. So your particular talents of being me are no longer a possibility.
Not in my natural ways, but I'm sure that there are other ways that I could probably navigate such a thing. I just don't have the resources to do so.
A shame then. Well, that being said, I have been making an effort to get off of this island, and the sooner I do, I assume that will be better for it, so if you don't mind.
Yes. Do you need assistance with that?
No.
Nyx kind of squints at him.
Come now, Nyx, you have to understand that my propensity to not have you be as close as we used to be is an understandable sentiment.
Nyx kind of sighs.
Asking you to assist me with research or that of the natural elements is a betrayal of the notion of what you've already done. I say this as kindly as possible. I don't need you. And you don't need me either.
Doesn't change the fact that you're my friend. And I have very few of those.
Our friendship is still at the moment quite tenuous. I haven't forgiven you entirely, and I don't think I will.
Nix nods. I understand.
And I do understand that does not mean that I will not come for your assistance or help. It's just when it's something I know I can do on my own, I will. And of course, you are welcome to always ask me for anything in particular. Just know that the effort will be tenuous.
Right. Right. I understand.
So he looks at you. You can see as he kind of just removes the glasses down a bit, and you can see things have changed in the eyes. You see they've become more stark white, and they've almost become almost near pinpricks as the year has gone on. Like he's changed. Something tells me, though, sad as you are with me, you definitely found something that makes you happier.
Yes. I mean, yes. Kind of shuffles a little bit. It's very recent, very new. Still navigating certain things.
You see, he looks a little confused. What do you mean by new? Was the red-haired woman just not there?
No,
Or?
it's... Elliot, I think I've stated this before. I am Polly.
Oh yes. Oh. Congratulations.
Thank you. You are free to meet him as well, as he is also here on this island. And I think you two could maybe get along, as you are both doctors.
I will consider it, depending on how long I decide to stay.
Right.
Which may not be too long, considering I'm almost done collecting everything I need to get off of this blasted island.
The only reason why I wanted to make sure that I could help is because, well, there are rumors that an attack from Von Stan will happen eventually. And I don't want them to catch you.
Well then I better work faster. And you are certainly not helping with that. Shoot, go. Be gone.
Is there
He's
anything
kind of like
else?
chases you a bit like a cat. Like
Okay. They seem very hesitant. Like they're just like they're not sure if they should tell Elliot about certain things. Given what he just told Nyx about their friendship.
he probably has been feeling a bit more confident as time goes on to say these things. You know Elliot. He's almost as wild as the winds, but He's also been a reserved man for a very long time. And now that his life is his, he's changed a bit.
I hope that we could catch up a little bit longer. Not just talk business. But I understand.
When you make your way back to Vale, we can talk more. It's just that it's
Vale
so
is
bloody hot out here.
Oh, you've missed so much. At least I assume you have. Vale was almost under attack.
Well, then I suppose my necessity to be there must be increased.
Yes. Also, when you go to Vale, be wary of going into the royal room, the throne room, as there is a ancient red dragon in there, along with his sister, locked up. Let's see.
Seems like there's never anything normal happening around you. I mean, well, there's never anything normal happening around us. So,
Yeah.
quite honestly, a red dragon in the throne room doesn't sound all that far-fetched.
The star's under attack. Basically.
I know. Trust you me, there have been many a screams and many a doomsayer within Kilixmire and many of its ridge cities, so I'm not unfamiliar. But like I said, we will continue our more interesting conversations when we are home. And I'll tell Eileen hello for you in advance.
Okay. Just be careful.
I will certainly try. Now, again.
I love that Pearl still has never told him what he is. He'll figure it out.
He probably has figured out that something's
Has
happening
he?
to him. Like, his eyes are physically changing.
Yeah, I
don't
figured
know
he
if he's
noticed
that
things are
blind.
changing, but he doesn't know why.
Yeah.
He's getting an idea.
You never told me.
Flies
Yeah, I
off.
figured you're smart enough.
Yeah. Just gonna contact Arya real quick on the little sending stone. Just say, okay, I've talked to him. And yeah, he's going to try to leave the island as soon as possible. Thank you for letting me know he is here.
Where is he? Because I lent him some money.
Pauses.
I want that money back.
Nixa already knows that, like, they're just gonna end up spotting for Elliot in this current circumstance. It's just like, don't worry, I can get that money from him and be able to repay you for what he has done. They kind of like have like an eye roll moment of like, God fucking damn it, Elliot.
I don't know. I don't know. See, is he a friend of yours? Like,
He is. But why do you ask? And Nyx is walking and talking.
Yeah.
Then I'll take it easy on him, I guess.
I mean, like, you should definitely, like, hit him over the head the next time you see him.
I will. And if you're co-signing it, all the better. All right, but
He
Thank
deserves
you.
it.
All right. Well then.
Now I'm gonna fly off.
All right. As you fly off back into the skies, Arya, As you've been making your way around the islands and kind of following trails and telling people of the glorious tales of Winry Tea Leaf.
Hee
You do notice a faint, almost whistling kind of song that plays. And you take note that many a caravaner doesn't really acknowledge it, let alone travelers on the roads of Humgeuy. And it's very particular to your ears. It's almost familiar, like a song during the Age of Calamity.
I kind of attempt to follow where it comes from. For it.
As you make your way into one of the massive cave systems that have kind of been used as a means of a central, not tribe, but kind of this underground central hub where there are those who take refuge here. You also notice there are numbers of rangers that kind of line all directions. You notice the small cave creatures that kind of just hang from up above and also kind of look around. And you find yourself within what looks like to be a camp, and the kind of low sparking flames. And sitting there kind of just on the side of a rock, swinging the legs, playing what looks like to be this long, beautiful silver flute. The shape of this halfling has kind of almost the same militant design as those around Humgeuy, especially that of the Rangers, but less of the dinosauric kind of motif, and closer towards what would almost be a mix of the culture here and that of Hollingrad, in the mixture of those two kind of cultures. It doesn't clash too hard, but you can tell this is a halfling not from here. And the song is old. As the song ceases to play, you can see as the eyes open, they have these beautiful, deep purple colors to them. Almost reminiscent of that of royal colors. And the hair is slightly long, especially kind of like center split down. As the eyes open, it looks at you, Arya, in curiosity. Come to hear a song.
Yes, I had to follow the lovely music I was hearing. They're very good.
Yeah. It is an original from back in the day, written by a very particular entertainer that I met on my travels throughout Al-Anon.
Okay, clear it up. You said Arya recognized this song. So, okay. So did she write it, or does she know who wrote it?
She would know who did. It's not written by Arya, but rather the one that came before her.
You must have been playing for quite some time.
Longer than one would know. I have traveled and you can say I have garnered the knowledge of ancients and whatnot. And then there's
So
you.
what brings you? About me.
Yeah. I'm here because I like being here. Every time my thoughts become too clouded, I think a nice island getaway always makes things quite preferable. As for you, however, I'm familiar with you.
Alright, kind of like... What? Me? I've never been here.
Well, that's certainly not to say that I have not seen statues of you, and stories told, songs sung. Come now, there is not a single bard that travels throughout the lands of Urziheim who will not recognize the one who leads them all in their chorus.
Well, I would appreciate you keeping my presence here under discretion, if you don't mind.
Worry not. Your presence is safe with my indifference.
Don't worry, I don't care.
Arya laughed at that.
Just
What's
you
your
and me.
name?
I am probably somebody you've already known for quite some time, but if we were to give me a name, Ali Demora.
Is that name?
It is, actually. It is the name of an old god. But this man doesn't have divine presence. Doesn't kind of emanate it, unlike Canis or Citra or yourself or even your father. He's just awkwardly mortal. However, you could always refer to me as to whatever name might be preferable to you, but Ali Demora is well and enough for us.
Mora. I've heard of you as well. Well, this is interesting.
Well, it seems like we are both one and the same on many different occasions, but very different in at least height.
I think there's quite a few other ways that we're different, but we'll go with the height. Keep things simple.
Yes, your skin is blue, my skin is not. Your eyes glow with that of the demons, and mine are as wonderful as the shades of night. At least that's what many a woman had told me before.
Or just kind of rolls her eyes. I also don't care.
At least we are the same in that. So, what does the Queen of Songs and Truth want with Humgeuy, and what brings her travels here?
I have been traveling for several months now with my new party.
Oh.
Trying to save the star. Same old, same old.
I'm sorry, I don't mean to laugh to insult you. I just find it funny you're doing it all over again, and to be quite honest, to have your legends told twicefold will be very interesting, to say the least.
I didn't ask for this. I just somehow keep getting pulled into it.
This is always the will of the star. Always seeking those who have protected it before to protect it again.
Sure, you've assessed by now that with this mortal corporeal form, I have lost my divine spark.
Worrisome.
This
Worry not, there are definitely many a bard who has felt the ceasing of your acknowledgement to their prayers.
Rub salt in the wound, why don't you? This is a very productive conversation.
Sorry, I don't mean to be so sharp with my wit. But I find that honesty is the more prevalent virtue of myself.
The gist of it is, I have to obtain my divine spark back. And doing so with help is the only way to save the star.
You know, having been around as long as I have, probably not as long as you,
Not that old.
well, to have the youth of a young one while being as old as you are,
I'll
one
take
would
that.
say they'd be quite jealous. I know I certainly am. But in my time, as you see as he kind of shifts in the spot, lowering down the flute a bit, I have considered that the necessity of divinity to not always be as necessary as one might find. Sure, they keep the balance in place, but the true use of a god is simply a means to have this exchange. A passing of power between one another. Mayhaps when one dies, they go to the heavens and find themselves at peace and rest. Something that they believe they deserve. Or they head to a dark place where they do not wake up. I think, by the looks of it, you were miserable. Even I can tell that. How many souls have you allowed to pass through your domain? How many people have you had to coddle after their deaths? What duty did the gods give you when you ascended? How far did you go?
I did. Back in my father's and that was never what made me miserable. I wanted to be a comfort to people. I've always wanted to help people. But when I became a god and I ascended, I lost everything from my mortal life. I lost my family. And that was the price that I had to pay when the divine gate closed. But I couldn't. There was nothing I could do about it. So I did my duty. And there are people who still rely on me. And I can't abandon them.
Certainly you can feel that way. Trust you me. Those of the Divine Lords were not as kind to those who did not placate them. You did your duty, yes. But it seems like, for all it might have been worth, you are a lot like I am. Just following the same old trails, doing the same thing everybody else has already done. It is the way of the gods, and the way that they are is to do everything they ask you, without having to have a second thought. That peculiarity of the divine is frustrating because it does not allow for those who want to choose their own path. Not that destiny nor fate does not have its own plans. But I am sure such things are meaningless in the face of that which is far more important. And that is the balance.
There is a price in this. And I fully intend to pay it. Besides, once you've been a god before, you can't very well assimilate into the norm. Once mortals know who I am or who I was, it's not like they look at me then. So I'll do what needs to be done.
Or you can do what I did.
Hide out in a cave, playing a flute.
I suppose you could say that, but I mean this in the sincerity of it all. Our ilk. We were meant to travel. We were meant to see things. We were meant to tell stories. We were meant to learn. We were meant to give comfort to people. Playing the games of the gods is often met with infinite frustration. This is the reason why I did not play it. And I was reduced to what I am now. I watched as my creations learned to be themselves. I was not like other Findal. I let my creation live the way it wanted to live. And they made their choices. And I did mine.
But I'm afraid that not quite as strong as you were. You made the choice to turn up your nose to the rule. I obeyed. I'm only here because my divine spark was stolen. I didn't stand up for what I wanted. As usual, things just kind of happened to me.
I suppose, in that sense, then, you truly are your father's final draft. Disappointing. In the most respectful way possible, obviously.
Yes. I feel nothing but respected when I'm compared to my father.
It is not your father who I compare you to. Just his intentions.
I've always tried to be better than them. I don't want to fight. I want to do things with the right intent.
That's the problem with his kind. Right doesn't always mean right with him. You can be as kind and as forthcoming as possible, but if there is no cunning, and there's obviously no capacity to lie, given your title, he will always see you as lesser. Proud he may be, but lesser. If you want to convince a devil, you have to think like one. As you see, as the fire kind of sitting at the feet finally goes out, and it seems like my stay here has come to an end as well. As he takes his full height of about 3 feet. Well, back upon the road I must travel. Goddess, it has been a pleasure to have this battle of wits.
Until next time.
To the heavens above and the hells below, certainly I will see you next time.
Oh.
See, as he goes in, as he grabs what looks like to be this kind of tricorn hat, as he just settles it upon his head, and he throws a bag over the shoulder. As he walks away, he just continues to play the song on the flute, proceeding outward into the north end of the cave system, and disappears like a shadow in the night. And as such, Canis,
Yes.
your intent as you make your way to the Southwest Tribe, or no, this is the Southwest Tribe. As you make your way into the caravan town, you see it's very light here, mostly very familiar to what had Winry already seen. Not people don't really live here; they stay here for a while and then move on.
Like a truck stop.
Yeah, very much a truck stop town.
Gotcha.
As you make your way up here, let's see here, as you find yourself mingling with some of the caravanners who begin to kind of pass by here. There's not really a big sense of leadership other than what is that main inn that sits at the center of the town. Unfortunately for you, being a fucking tallman, you definitely have to kind of lower your height down. And to the point that even at some point you kind of have to get down on all fours as you make your way into what is a very short-stop building.
Sorry, but most of these doors are about half your height, dude.
As you kind of make your way in there, you just notice that a lot of the halflings who have taken to board here and drink and rest, they're kind of looking and snickering at you. As you're just kind of like looking around for anyone that looks like any form of leadership here. Let's see. From what you can from what you
asking around to see if anyone knows who's in charge here, or
you can certainly do so.
If I could be pointed.
Yeah. As you kind of just like go to raise the question, you just see as like one of the barmaids here who is kind of just also passing around their drinks as she looks at you. Well, you could have shouted indoors, shouted towards us, but I can certainly try and help you.
Well, is there anyone in charge of the local area here? From what it looks like, it's mostly traders or simply people passing through.
Well, that's mainly because we don't really have a sovereign. We are a tradespeople, we're caravanners, and I'm here mainly because family used to own this place, so I just take care of it whenever I can, and then we kind of just leave it to whoever seeks to continue to take care of it. So I guess that leaves it to me, I suppose.
Well, that would be quite convenient for me. I represent the, what was the name of the tribe we just came from?
The elders of Humgeuy. They all kind of congregate to the southeast.
I'm traveling while representing the elders of Humgeuy.
And Wenry.
And Wenry as well. Right, beginning. That's why we're doing the whole thing. Sorry. And we are they're currently looking for assistance in dealing with the current, shall we say, occupation.
Like the election, I'm assuming? Or are we talking about the invaders from across the Great Seas?
The invasion, yes.
Well, I am sorry to say, Canis, was it?
Yes.
We are not really a fighting folk. We just...
Not the assistance that they need. They are currently dealing with that as best as they can. However, the assistance they require is more so
that might sound a little bit closer to what we do, yes?
He'll pull out the writ given by the elders for...
It's just like, it is probably like the size of 2 of your fingers. As just hands
Here,
it
have
over.
this tiny letter.
Yeah, as just like...
What do you mean tiny letter? It's pretty big. I don't know what you're talking about.
Right. Well, there are certainly things that we can help with, but this kind of information needs to get passed around quickly. And kind of just rolls it back up. She goes and shouts to some of the others, kind of sitting at a corner table. Y'all, we're about to leave. Come here. And she hands it off to them. Make sure this gets around to the caravans as quickly as possible. Make sure that you pass the message between each of the major short stops. Yeah? And it's just like, sure. As quick as possible then. Come on. As you see as a couple of the other caravanners as they get up and go. Might be a damn shame they're heading towards the north end. Hopefully it gets to the south end a lot quicker.
Thank you for your assistance.
Of course. Now, I do have to apologize, but you're kind of taking up a bit of space.
I apologize for that. It sadly can't be helped.
It's alright. We never really built these places with tall men in mind.
Would you prefer if I was outside? I believe that'd be comfortable for the both of us.
Yes. Would you like anything to eat while we're at it?
Oh, that would be splendid. Ask for a menu.
As such, you see that there is a lovely clam chowder bowl, clam chowder bread bowl. You're just not sure until you order it, and then you realize that it's definitely...
It's Hobbit-sized?
It's not Hobbit-sized. It's definitely sized for people that are at least... There should be 2 of you.
So Hobbit-sized.
Hobbits eat alive.
Yeah.
It is Hobbit-sized.
I'm sorry.
We haven't had 7th luncheon yet.
Yeah.
But what?
This is definitely supper. It's just this really, really big bread bowl. You're not even sure how you're supposed to finish. This is something that you would eat with your family.
My God.
And it does smell fresh, and it's probably real seafood in there. And as you kind of just like are left in this like small table that fits the whole bread bowl, it's like, if you need anything, just let me know.
Of course. Thank you.
And
I'm
as
going to have to spend the next hour eating chowder.
yeah, like, and don't waste a bit of it. You could definitely tell there would be eyes upon you if you did.
It'd be rude to waste any of it.
Yeah.
You'll eat all of it.
Make me a Constitution check.
Oh, good.
We halflings are a very hardy people.
You might throw up. I continue eating it. What? Mama didn't raise no bitch.
Yummers.
I am finishing the chowder.
What was the roll?
You said con check?
Yeah.
Nat 1.
Oh god.
You
boy.
feel sick to your stomach. By the end of this, your speed is halved as you do everything in your power for the next couple of hours to not throw up.
He's having a great time.
To the point where it's just like, you kind of have to like stop and go, okay. And then keep going.
Poor Cadus.
gonna cast Ascending to Wenry.
You don't have to cast. We have the
Oh yeah, we have the...
Yeah.
Yeah, you have the zones.
Don't waste the spell slot.
Fantastic. I've secured help from the caravans. I may take longer to return than expected.
Wenry's going to pause, listening to it, just like, where are you exactly?
You said it was the Southwest Tribe, Yarrow?
Yes.
I'm at the Southwest Tribes at a caravanserai.
Yeah, you take your time. She knows how big the food is there. It's a struggle for some halflings even to take.
Do you want
That
some
would have been
pet
good
dough?
advice. Even halflings struggle with that. I'm impressed you did it all. I'm so full of clams. So many clams.
Full of clam. Full of pilk.
Hey, milk is part of the clam chowder. Some clam chowder recipe, excuse me.
Alright. And as such, as the message begins to go about throughout the island, you do notice that those three that had left, you don't see upon this road. In fact, there was a slight mentioning as to it being a bit of a shame that they're traveling north. Curious thought. Alright. As such, we return. It's me?
Are we going from Cadus being full of clam and sick to dead body?
Yeah.
What an itinerary!
Maybe to Wenry, who hasn't had a chance to talk to anybody?
As we return back to the investigation. Wenry.
Yes.
Well, Salazar is doing his best to go over the entirety of the room in the investigation. And before the magics begin to pull from the air, you have this short conversation with this elderly halfling man as you continue your investigation.
So, I suppose the first thing I have to ask, can you confirm that is Miranda's house?
It certainly is. I don't remember her coming home, though.
Do you know what she was working on in there? I didn't really poke my nose around, but I did see a few things on the desk.
Well, I've always known her to make her way with some of the other researchers within the academy.
Mm-hmm.
She would often travel into the cave systems in order to investigate a particular research point. She would talk my ear off, but I knew nothing of what she was talking about. I was just happy that there was company.
Okay. Even if you didn't fully understand, do you remember a couple of things that she might have said?
Well, some of the research she was doing had something to do with the consolidation of magical weaves. Something that could power. She was hopefully trying to use some of the stones that illuminate within the cave systems and a way to make them brighter. At least
Illuminating
that's...
stones.
Yes.
Would this ring any bells for Wenry?
You would be familiar with the same kind of stones that are used in many city and castle in the far off lands, especially in Alanon, who use these small glowing stones that illuminate hallways and castles and city streets. However, these stones often have to get replaced quite frequently, mainly because they lose the illumination after some time.
Okay. Sorry, making sure I take notes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay,
She
so
often-
she was working on...
She often mentioned a lot of these. A lot of her work was a means to power Humgeuy. She said that Humgeuy would be the next shining beacon of the new age.
Wow. That would have been amazing. I can only imagine this place just lighting up and being a new beacon, but... Anyway, do you know when you last saw any activity going on around the house? Any lights on within?
Well, that would have been some time ago initially for me. Excuse me. Phew!
Bless you, sir.
Sorry, it's a bit dusty here. It's also the rotting smell.
Yeah, I don't blame you.
The last time I saw Miranda was a few months ago. She had found herself traveling not with the usual scholar, but a caravaner. And it was quite an odd situation, especially with that caravaner. He usually found himself... I remember he would often go from the east to the west, but this time he was going from west to east.
Okay. Sorry, I'm gonna move this one. Going east to west instead of west to east?
Correct. And to that, you would know through your passive history. Caravanners here on Humgeuy, they have a particular superstition about reversing their initial course that they set for themselves. So when a caravaner starts their job here, they choose a direction. Either they go counterclockwise or clockwise on the island. And if a caravaner is to travel the opposite direction in which they start, that would usually bring them bad luck. And there is this superstition to that bad luck. And it also kind of has a bit of a no-no deal when it comes to the Southwest tribe. Of doing that kind of also brings a bit of shame to the family.
Okay. To know. Can you describe this caravaner? Or perhaps his mount? I know that some of the dinosaurs can be very unique around here, so...
Yes. He used quite a number of raptors, especially for his family, about 4, in order to pull his carts, mainly because they're very light and they eat light. And they were very well behaved and docile for the most part. It's just, they I don't know, the caravaner, I guess he kind of looks a little bit like you do. Had a few scales running up the sides of the cheek, and had a nice hard back. His hair was tied up high and allowed it to ponytail down a bit. And he wore certainly the clothing that of the southwestern tribe. Let's see. I would certainly also say his cartwheels were very fresh, very new, when he passed by that time. And as you know, caravanners like to keep their wheels for as long as possible before replacing them.
Fresh wheels, scaled, white hair and ponytail. Well, I know there's not too many of us that have the scales anymore.
Yes, they're quite rare, and especially for many of us. I can't say that I've seen any more than Miranda, that man, and yourself, and Lord Brom as well.
Mm-hmm. I remember seeing some scales on him. Tell me, did you at all catch this caravanner's name?
I'm
Did
afraid
Miranda say
not.
goodbye to him, or?
No, she joined him on his cart as they headed towards the east. They were certainly heading to the I'm not exactly sure what or why, but I do know he was heading towards the east, and that being the northeast tribe there, and then of course I believe you're from the southeast tribe.
I am, yes.
Yeah, then I imagine he was going the opposite direction, which, heavens knows what they would do to that caravanner if they ever found out.
Oh, unfortunately, that's not something I'm terribly familiar with. Not my family, so. But would this ring any kind of bells for Wenry? Obviously, this guy's been a traitor for a while. Maybe she would have seen him coming around to her tribe every now and again.
He was always somebody on the move. There are many a caravaner and trader that kind of do their quick stops, unload materials, and then make their way to the next place. But it is peculiar that this one had scales, and that this one would portray the traditions of the Southwest.
Well, I have a hunch on who it might be, but I'm going to need to ask a few questions of other people to be totally certain, but I appreciate your help here. It's been very, very good, but I have one last question. Did you hear anything unusual or see anything suspicious at any point between now and when you last saw Miranda?
Let's see. Well, I suppose.
Winry, do me a favor. I need you to make me an intelligence saving throw.
Uh-oh.
Oh, intelligence saving, okay. That would be an 18, sir.
18? In what feels like a moment, over the shoulder of this man, you see something. Kind of just standing there, dressed in all black. The skin pale white. The eyes look like oil.
Oh,
There's no
shit.
hair, and there is barely a feature of a nose. Hell, if there is even one there. The thin lips. As it stares at you. As you stare at it.
Ornery is going to very carefully. Sir? Can you step behind me for a second here? She's going to keep her eyes on this figure.
As you stare at it, you see as it smiles, the inners of the gums and the lips that would have been there is pure black, and the teeth are white and pearlescent. as you try to step in front as your eyes pass. You blink. Everything that has happened in the past 60 seconds, you have forgotten.
What?
And the figure is no longer there.
That was strange. Where was I? I'm sorry.
I was relatively... You were about to ask me something, and then you made me step behind you for some strange reason. It's kind of awkward.
Yeah, I think I had a reason to, but I think I might have seen something. And she looks in the rough direction of where this thing was, but can't quite place what it was she was looking at. I'm not sure what I saw. If I saw anything. Maybe? I'm sorry, I was thinking I was asking you about Miranda, right?
Correct. Perhaps you might need to see a doctor if you're having sudden memory lapses.
Funny you should say.
Luckily, I've got one right inside there, so as soon as he's done with his investigation, I'll chat with him. I think... Did you say something about wheels?
Yes, fresh wheels. From the caravan.
Okay. Sorry, I'm trying to recall where I left off. Anyway, I think that may be all that I can do right at the moment. Sir, can I have your name one more time, just so I can keep it for the record and we can get in touch with you later?
Oh, yes. My name is Reggie Elmond. Reggie, R-E-G-I, and Elmond, E-L-M-O-N-D. Reggie Elmond.
Well, thank you very much, Reggie. I'll be sure to keep in touch if we have any other questions.
Of course, of course.
In the meantime, just keep an eye out. If you see anything odd, you know me now, Wenry Tea Leaf. Either give me a sending, or you can send a message around with the caravan.
Very good. And then I'll be home, but gonna be hard to live across from this for a little while. I think I might drink some sleepy time tea as he kind of oldly shuffles away.
Be safe, and if you feel like you need a vacation, go take one.
Of course, of course.
As this haunting lapse in your memory, confusing you. Your attention gets drawn back into this home and research area as you find Dr. Salazar performing a necromantic ritual. As you can see, as the strings of energy begin to expand, not just only from the ground, but towards his fingers, as they begin to enter the body and slowly manipulate it up. Dr. Salazar.
Wenry carefully just knocks on the doorway to announce her arrival.
You're just in time.
Very good. I got some information from Reggie over there, so.
And as such, you see as the body begins to lift, and you see it moves very sluggishly, as if the coagulated blood in the system makes it difficult to move. You can see as the gaunt pulling back of the skin begins to adjust, and the eyes glow the same sickly green glow of your own magic.
I have some idea how to ask these questions, some idea of what may have gone down here. But if you think of anything, let me know.
Of course.
Salazar turns to the cadaver.
What exactly were you creating?
A power source. Magic. So that way I could potentially light the streets and roadsides for caravanners. It was designed to power my research as well.
You hear the first ring of the toll of bell of death.
Did you have any enemies or people who may have wanted your research?
I consider 3. A tall man who came to the island not too long ago. Awkward, tall, lithe, blonde hair. He had eyes like pinpricks. He stole from me.
Does that sound familiar?
Yeah, sure do for us. Not not
Salazar
Salazar.
met Elliot.
Oh, that's right. Has he?
Don't recognize the pinpricks at the point, but anyways.
Some of the details seem familiar, but the pinprick eyes, that's not really what most humans have. However, you are aware of another individual with eyes like that. You are aware of Talion Vitellius, who has those kinds of eyes. His particular race is not that of like Canis or like his daughter. He was referred to as an Archon. Or Archon, depending on the enunciation of the dialect.
Leviosa.
What would I know about Archons?
They are a rare few people. You've only ever met 2. A young Archon boy who himself was a master of magic attuned to that of the natural forces, specifically that who could do as Nyx would do. You know, definitely a druid type. You found that their body is much like that of the Fae. They're very unique in that sense, and they can feel the natural magics and the wild design of arcane forces. The boy himself didn't know much, but you were assured by Alois that these kinds of people do exist. They are a strange mix between the Fae and the Celestial, which is a very big no-no in certain understandings, especially to those of the Archfey.
Salazar waits for her to finish. She said she had 3.
Second, a researcher I had met on my travels tried to have me killed in order to take a core of Arcanum to which we return to its rightful owner. The researcher from Al-Anon. Last we live here on the island. A dragon-touched man. From the northeast tribe. Terran. That is their name. A researcher like me. They are looked down upon.
And you hear another bell toll.
Okay. And she said she didn't know the second person's name, the researcher from Al-Anon?
She did not. She just knew that he was a researcher from Al-Anon.
Scholars aren't terribly common in the Northeast. That would narrow that down.
Salazar, knowing how the spell works, is going to just nod and not say anything. Just being cautious.
What is the last thing you remember before you died?
It was a late night. I had just come back along with a fellow candidate in the election after meeting Brom full-time. I had taken a seat at my desk, and I saw something, but I cannot remember, before I felt pain. And then I drifted into somewhere.
Another bell toll.
So it was fast.
And or Winry will detail her interview later. You might be able to get some clues from that.
Aside from one 60-second stint.
Yeah.
Where we're not sure what happened. Okay. Oh, I think I scrolled past my questions.
Did they leave their research with anyone else?
Yeah, I was figuring out how I exactly wanted to word this.
Do you have anything that you've hidden from prying eyes?
Yes. My notebook copy, as well as my encoded thoughts. I left.
Encoded Thoughts is a spell, isn't it?
It is a spell that lets you kind of take memories from yourself and then give it a physical form to encode for later.
I have never seen anyone use this.
Yes, you have.
Huh?
Nyx has it.
Oh shit!
Yeah.
They used it to make that compass for Rolly.
Oh, you're so right.
Yee.
I don't think it gets used.
Salazar would know about this. Would Salazar know about this spell?
You are aware that it is capable of basically removing a thought and a memory, giving it physical form, and preventing those from being able to take that, be able to read the mind and look for that thought in specific. So there is something out there that has a physical form of this thought and memory.
Yeah, that's one of the effects that you can choose to do.
Gotcha. So there's something in this. There's something around. Probably either in this room or somewhere else hidden. Was she finished speaking? Sorry, I think I interrupted.
She was not done.
Okay.
I left these with Elder Carey.
And you hear the fourth bell toll.
Elder Carey. Okay, well, that answers my last question, so let me think of another real quick. Salazar turns over to Winry and raises an eyebrow, as if to ask if she has a question.
Winry's folding her arms and thinking intensely. She said she was traveling with a fellow candidate after meeting Brahm. I wasn't here, and there's only two other candidates. Miranda, she points to the body, and Holcomb. Holcomb is dead and buried in a graveyard. And if I remember right, someone told me he died shortly after coming here from a sickness.
You have one more question?
Yeah.
Maybe any final person to give information to, or family member, or final rites, if you wanted to do that, or do you want to do strictly investigation?
I'm not sure what to ask either, because we kind of already figured suddenly there was pain. She doesn't recall anything right before that.
Ooh.
Oh.
Oh.
Well.
Spit it out, funny man.
This is a bit...
Information is
Anticipation.
information. So...
Would you like a second chance?
Make a persuasion check. Persuasion check.
Yes, a new wraith to keep Jeffy company.
Persuasion. 12?
Depends on how much they want to live.
Quote unquote live.
Oh, yeah, quotation marks.
There is a long pause between this. A genuine thought of the corpse. A soul long left, but the memory that remains. There is always that initial fear of death. You can detect that. That's just how most of these corpses act. The unfortunates of this spell is that they can't conversate.
That's true.
That
Oh, right.
And they don't have a
They
they don't
can't-
have the ability to speculate or learn new
Yeah.
information.
based on that knowledge, leave me to rest.
Very well.
Bury me next to my husband. You see, as the final bell tolls, as the energy leaves the eyes, as they slink back into the chair, and the head just
I
Well, we
think we've
can honor
gotten
that
everything we
wish.
can.
At the very least, we can honor that last wish then.
It's true. But first, we need to find that encoded thought. And
And
that copy of her notebook.
And secure what we have here. Winry looks over at the desk table and begins starting to collate the research. Whatever she has here was dangerous enough for somebody to want to sabotage or mess with. I have a feeling it's going to be a good idea to keep a hold of these papers.
You may be right about that. Although in my investigations, it did seem like someone had purposefully set all of this out, made it look like some sort of an accident, or that maybe she was unwell.
Well, in which case then, from what I asked her neighbor there, she was of pretty sound mind.
Yes,
I feel
it
like
seems
somebody
so.
set this up.
That is what I believe as well. She seemed very well organized, and the fact that all of these notes are simply scattered about leads me to believe that this was purposefully done to throw us off the scent, though not well enough.
They didn't plan on us coming here. Thank you, Dr. Salazar. Your help was invaluable here.
Did the man out front have anything relevant to say?
He said a few things, and Winry's going to review her notes of everything. But perhaps the most suspicious part is there's a couple things. She was on a cart with somebody who had dragon scales similar to mine. But he was going the opposite direction he usually goes. That's very, very bad luck for the tradesman here.
She did mention something about another dragon-touched individual.
Yes, that would be Holcomb. Like I said, he's dead and buried in a graveyard. He may be the next one that we want to ask questions, and I know where he's buried.
Well then, it seems that necromancer's work is never done.
Perhaps not, but at the very least it's getting us some good answers.
Indeed. And they say dead men tell no tales.
I will say that there was one odd thing. I was talking to the neighbor and suddenly I think I saw something and then suddenly I couldn't remember seeing anything. Maybe there was something there?
He furrows his brow.
You saw something and then you forgot about it?
I think I was in the middle of asking him questions, and next thing I knew, I had him standing behind me.
I'd like to recast Detect Magic.
As you cast Detect Magic, This is quite strange. There's this entanglement around Winry's head. It's like a bunch of little threads that kind of stick into the mind, and you see it's kind of messy. It's almost as if you watched somebody just pull thread off of a spool and then made a mess of it.
His brow furrows even further. Does this look like someone may have used Modify Memory?
It looks like enchantment magic, but it is awkward that if somebody is capable of modifying memory without really knowing much, that's concerning.
Salazar looks out the window, looks back to Winry, grabs her hand, and casts Teleport.
And where are you teleporting?
I suppose I'm just going to teleport back to where we all agreed to meet.
I think that was the Sandtide? Were we going back to the Sandtide or some, like, other meeting hall?
I think it may have been, like, central of the Southeast tribe.
That too.
Alright.
Also...
I think Roloi also parked the Sandtide a little bit away.
Yeah. Yeah, that's true. I forgot. Yeah.
So teleporting near the Sandtide would probably be more trouble than
As
it's
you
worth.
guys teleport back to the ship. Or at least to the town, depending on what you guys want to do.
Town.
Da, 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 da.
You find yourselves returned, and that is where we're going to go ahead and take a quick break.
Da-da-da!
Alrighty.
Murder mystery! Woo!
A little bit of creepiness added in there as well. I'm not going to explain how or why, but it does exist. Alright, so with that, we're going to take a quick 10-minute break, and then we'll be right back. See you all then.
Yeah.
Welcome back, everyone. Bienvenue, Power Bottoms.
Listen, sir.
It's been a little while.
Yeah, it's been.
It has.
All right, so with that, we're going to go ahead and get back into today's session. Let's go.
Back on D6 SVU.
All right.
Dun dun.
Dun dun. All right. As the lot of you slowly make your way back, with the notable exception of Alois and Citra.
Speaking of, where did we decide to reconvene?
I'm guessing this. We were just
It's
choosing
in
the
town.
village. Yeah.
Okay.
As you do, Citra,
Yar.
as you find yourself well within the caves and water systems that kind of flow throughout the entirety of Humgeuy, many spots are relatively curious, but this particular spot has an energy to it, as you kind of see what is this massive open pool that flows out into the main parts of Humgeuy. This place has an energy to it.
She's kind of looking around it, just purely curious. Again, this whole island was new to her. Like, so this is where you found the ship? And then she'll like look down into the water.
Yeah. Yep,
And we're going in that.
that is correct.
Where down there? I'm not exactly an experienced diver.
I imagine you're capable of holding your breath long enough.
She's just gonna cast freedom of movement.
There's something at the bottom that I swear might be there. I could be wrong.
Can she see the bottom?
From up here? No.
Okay.
If I remember right, it's immensely dark down there too.
Yeah. Well, she can cast freedom of movement on herself. And then she'll pause, like, do you need this spell, or are you good?
I should be fine.
And then she will also cast light at the end of her staff, because it's dark as shit. Little sun motif back at the top of the staff again.
Okay.
You know, if I
Yes.
die, Sav and Daggix will come for you.
Don't worry. I don't think there's anything too threatening down there. I do, however, believe that there is something that Monger hid away from us.
If he hid it, should we be looking for it?
Well, he's dead, so I don't think it matters.
Well, I mean, some things are meant to be hidden, is all I'm saying. But I guess if you think we need it...
Well then.
She'll take her scarf off for now, so that way it doesn't slow her down. And she'll jump in. Thankfully, with freedom of movement, it should allow her to move a lot easier.
Okay. And you see as Alois also dives in around the same time as you do, as you both begin to find yourselves in the deep darkness of this cave as you begin to swim down further. The light that brims from the top of your staff as you descend further and further. You make it down to the bottom of what is clearly bedrock here.
Uh-huh.
You can see as Alois is kind of just scanning before looking up and then pointing to what could be a small space for air as he swims back upwards.
Cold.
Yeah, it could be a bit like that. There's a door down there. I'm not sure if you can see it, but there's a giant slit right where the chains used to be for the ship.
Did she see it? If she has the light on the staff, I'm assuming she was able to see something of it.
It's a little confusing, but like as far as cracks go, especially on bedrock, there is that distinction that you're trying to like discover along with him.
Is it big enough for them to get in?
It would be, at least as far as he's assuming.
You know, this got creepier in a very claustrophobic way, but okay.
I don't think it's going to open like normal, which is the reason why I need you here.
So am I touching something on the crack, or are we going into the crack?
I guess we're going to have to find out. Like I
Okay,
said, that's
this
why
water's
I
cold,
needed
let's
you here.
move.
Alright.
She doesn't want hypothermia.
Yeah. As both of you take a deep breath and dive back down, as you get closer, as you just kind of find yourself feet first on this bedrock, and you're trying to scope around, and you begin to kind of see where these giant anchor points where chains were once used now kind of like laid there and slowly rusting away.
Mm-hmm.
But you can begin to see that there is almost ancient symbols that kind of line in a giant U form to each side of the anchor points. Upon closer inspection, these are old Draconics.
She can read and speak Draconic.
That is correct. It is the symbol of, like, the way that it translates is to the treasures of the Storm Sovereign.
Is there a spot that she should be, like, touching it, or should just best guess would go to a rune and try to see if using her blood is going to start it, unlock whatever it is that they're trying to get through to.
You can certainly do that, as...
Right. She's got fangies, so she'll unfortunately just have to do it the old-fashioned way and bite her hand.
Yeah.
It's kind of like biting that itch, but a little too hard.
As you pierce your skin, as blood begins to kind of flow into the water, as you begin to place your hand upon it, you see as the symbols begin to ignite in electricity as they jump, as it makes a full circle around between these anchor points, and you begin to see the actual genuine outline of a massive stone door. And as it begins to, you can see water does not go in it as it slides open, almost like this strange, weird reflection here. Something beyond this door exists.
She'll look to Azure. Either we go back up for air or we go down. So she'll point up or point down? Which way?
He's pointing towards the door.
Alright. And she'll go down.
As you swim downwards, as your hands meet the threshold, and as you kind of pull yourself through, you find yourself in this place. Swirling storms. The sound of lightning and thunder as it streaks across, and roiling clouds that kind of just emboss the entirety of the roof of this place. The stonework is like flat, smooth marble, and pillars made of pure bronze, untarnished. No patina to see.
Did they find an air pocket?
Down here, there is pure air. But it does have a wetness to it. And you can kind of feel it in between your teeth, the electricity.
Like
as
a storm
Alois
is coming.
also, yes. As Alois also steps through.
Just shaking off the water like, ah! Okay. What is this?
I've always wondered exactly where Humgeuy was hiding more of his precious treasures.
Did we not tell Wenry?
I think she'll be well deserved to know what does exist here. But I'm here for one thing and one thing only.
Okay. As she's wrapping her hand back up.
As you pass the light around, you can see what is these very low pillars of pure bronze. As you do, you see kind of like these antiquities of the Fable-Block, kind of lined along various objects and items, magical or otherwise.
Nothing she'd recognize.
Nothing you would note.
And she looks back up where they came from. How the water's not getting in is beyond her.
As you continue to push forward and the light kind of brimming just overhead, you begin to see what is kind of the creme de la creme of the objects. You see massive stone tablets and books. You see swords. You see spears. You notice that there are also various bits and baubles, flasks, various items that don't even look like they are from this realm. Some from even beyond. This truly is the Storm King's treasure room. This Great Worm's legacy left behind.
Certainly is a lot. What are we looking for in here?
The last piece that is going to ignite the sparks within you.
The last piece?
As he passes through. Yes, you see, Humgeuy always assumed that the gods of what we refer to as the prime deities, that they were made. They had to figure out a way to attach themselves to the very energy of the star. It is much like how you were able to consume the light, star, and solve the darkness. They had to figure out how to ignite that attachment way to spark the flame.
But Canis and Winry don't have sparks right now, and Arya's still missing hers and Celestia.
That is true. But we can't dally on those who have it and those who do not. And I'm relatively sure we can handle the situation regarding at least Arya and Canis. However, Winry, that might be a different matter altogether.
That sounds worrisome. So, what's this piece we're looking for then?
See, as he gets up to the major pedestals, as he begins to look at all the tomes, the means to start the ritual, and the means to attach that power now you will have to the star. And you see one of the ancient tomes, this stone tablet bound by old metal and steel. There we are.
I have to puncture my hand again.
No.
Okay.
However, as he looks towards you, tell me, before you decide to do whatever it is you think you're doing is right, why? Why would you want to be a god?
Not that
Well,
I want.
well, yes, of course, but can't just be for the balance to protect the star. It has to mean something to you.
Going through everything that's been happening, the prime deities being gone, just people are losing hope all around us, and if I can help bring that back and keep it there, I'd say that'd be worth it. You need that.
See, as he kind of takes a step down with the tablet under her arm. The star, on more than one occasion, has lost hope, and yet it continued to survive. Hope is not just something that people can fundamentally rely on. Hope doesn't grow crops, it doesn't save lives, it's just a meaning, a feeling. Can you truly say that if you are a god of hope, do you really believe it will be worth something?
I mean, I feel that way, that it is. It has been to me. And Nyx even said it was quite unique that despite what I've gone through, that I still cling to it without seeing the world jaded. Oh, just something I hold on to, and I want to help others also hold on to it, even if they can't currently on their own. But I feel like that's also being a little bit presumptuous of me. I don't know really what I'm doing.
Siegfried. This is not a decision made lightly.
I know.
Presumptuous is not something you should be concerned about. When you become a god, your enemies become bigger. You play with forces that can devastate lands or bring them to prosper.
I'm aware.
Then do not ever presume that you are over-presumptuous. If you intend to find the person who will lead this star into the next age, you need to act like it. Or else nobody will have hope.
You're right, I know. It's just still wrapping my mind around it. A little daunting. Not that I'm rejecting it. Been a while since we were in Elysium and this news was dropped on me and Sov, so... And things haven't quite slowed down since then.
Well, when you ascend, things will not calm down at all.
No. Nothing has, even since meeting you.
I do believe Winry will have a spark. However, we're going to have to find it after, and then ignite it.
Yeah. Well, we know of two. They're not great. They're not great places to find them. But I'm not sure if we should still be pursuing them the way we have, or not. That demon telling me where to go every now and again. Now it's Tiamat, and the other one we heard from Arya. Dad's using it as some sort of bargaining chip. Or at least he tried.
However, as you see as he goes and looks among the treasures, as he goes and he seeks out with what looks like to be this rather sizable flask. And upon it you can see is this beautiful looking dragon made of bronze as it wraps around it. You will not leave her without power.
No.
Do you think she could be the Mythos?
Given the heavy mantle of that title, but knowing who she is as a person already, I think she could.
What of the others?
I mean, Arya's a goddess that would be saving the world twice over. Nyx is the literal representation of nature, so of course the continuation of change in the star would be their forefront. Canis, the literal son of Bahamut, you know, he's already been it once. And despite Salazar having gone through it, and I understand his feelings, I still feel that he would want the best for the star as well. They all have a pretty sizable running for that title.
Then we'll have to return to this conversation at a later date. You are more certain. As he goes and he hands the bottle to you, make sure
She'll
that Winry
take it.
gets this.
Okay. It's gonna be fun swimming with this. She doesn't have a bag of holding, she has a haversack.
It'll fit.
I thought it's just a regular bag.
Handy haversack.
No?
Handy haversack?
It's kind of like a half bag of holding.
Oh, okay.
It's not as...
Bag of holding light.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Well,
Bag of
For
holding
those who-
zero.
More
for
or
those who
less.
are new, Citra has it on her tail, by the way.
Yeah.
At the base of it, so she'll stick that away. We should probably get back before they think I got kidnapped. Or something.
That we can certainly do. Don't forget to hold your breath.
As you see as he walks through the threshold without a second thought.
She just pinches her nose for a second, like, of course. Like it's nothing.
Yeah,
She
jumps in and...
Yeah, every now and then you forget this man's a dragon, so it's like, it's whatever.
Strangely human.
Yep.
And as such, you both travel your way back to everyone else as you all reconvene.
Citra's more damp than usual.
Please remember to close the door behind yourselves.
She would. I'm pretty sure she would make sure it's sealed. And
Citra, why are you
swimming.
As she goes swimming.
Where'd you go?
You know where... She'll like... You know where you found the ship?
There was something down there? Something else? She looks excitedly to Eloise.
You can't get in there without me.
Oh... Okay.
Actually,
Fair enough.
Or, that's true. She's a descendant, so would she?
the seal represents a means to open to the sovereign. All the more reason why you would be important to take that title.
Ah.
Also, I believe Citra found something for you.
Oh.
Yeah, and she'll look behind herself to make sure she gets to the right pocket and pulls out that dragon flask thing. And she's like, "This is for you."
It is a familiar type of potion. However, this one is much bigger and has 3 uses.
Oh!
Wondery's just going to wrap her arms around it. She's like, I know exactly what this is. And I know exactly what to save it for. And she's going to very carefully just... the bag.
And she'll look at Eloise like, what did I just give her?
Something exciting, I'm sure.
Wondery's going to go over to Citra just like, you have given me the best gift you could possibly have ever given me. Thank you.
Aw, of course. I have no idea what it is, but I hope you enjoy.
It's about later.
Does anyone in this group have prestidigitation? Because she's just damp.
Arya does, and she casts prestidigitation.
We do!
That's the man who doesn't bathe.
Arya casts prestidigitation.
Thank you. Ugh. That water was cold.
Yeah. Well then, now that we've all convened here again, let us discuss what matters of the island have already been discovered.
I feel like Salazar and I might want to go last. Ours is a little bit grim.
A little bit?
Yeah. To put it lightly.
Not much to say on my end. I just helped them out with the weaponry and the armors.
What did you see while you were there?
She was with a caravaner, right? At first.
Yes.
And then eventually brought over to, I guess, like this fort of some sort? Or...
It was the northeast tribe of Humgeuy, so a little bit more militant here, but very wide open.
Yeah. Okay. Well, when I started out, I met with a caravaner, and honestly, we somehow got to talking about you in a roundabout way, and it seemed pretty good. He seemed pretty happy about it, and then I wound up talking with some of the northeastern tribe that clearly follow Brahm. I'm trying not to make assumptions of him, because his people seem really like good people as it is, and they really do want what's best for this, for your island to be safe.
Mm-hmm.
But I didn't see anything odd, honestly.
Okay. Well, at least that gives us something there.
Yeah, they knew I was there for you in this case. You know, we came here with you, so whatever good I did, I hope it helped shed some light on you.
I appreciate that. Thank you, Citra.
Mm-hmm.
Who's next?
Arya, how was your musical?
Well,
High school fucking island.
well,
One Way Tea Leaf, the musical.
I think that it went quite well. A lot of the people who, listened, they seem really receptive. They seem just as impressed with Winry as we all are. I think I swayed some of them, so yeah. It went pretty well until some blonde asshole took 150 gold from me.
Ah, yes, here. Excuse
Arya just, gives it back, no. I'll deal with him later, I'm sure.
Okay.
But thank
He'll
you.
be popping up later.
He had a lot to explain, and he explained himself, and hopefully he will be not here soon. But we will see.
Is Kane still sick of clam?
Full of clam.
Arya's going to ask now, just because Elliot mentioned it before. So next, Elliot did mention something that you did to him. I am curious about that. Maybe you don't have to tell that story in front of everyone if you don't want to, but
He also gave you a doll.
Oh yes. Oh yes, here's the figurine that I was meant to deliver to you, because he was trying to avoid you.
Yeah.
It is a small figurine of a cat.
Does it have any druidic symbols on it?
It does. It is old druid that translates to long lost but my dear friend.
Aww. Bastard.
Nick gives a deep sigh and pockets it. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. And yes, what he said was true. However, it was a very huge misunderstanding on my part.
Believe me, I'm sure you had your
Do you... Well, yes, he is very particular, and he gets under people's skin very easily, but it shouldn't not have warranted to that kind of extreme. But at the time, my younger self was very scared. Of him and his family. Elliot is of the Bright family.
Teacher has that faraway look for a second. Bright?
Mm-hmm. Nick's nods.
That sound familiar to Arya at all?
As far as Arya is concerned, the last name Bright is that of one of the a High Lord family in Volenstan, but they are merely a passing mortal family that will one day meet their demise like any other.
Teacher just looks at Nyx going, do any of them had taught at a school in Volenstan?
The mother, yes.
Okay.
Oh, don't worry. Elliot is very much cut off from that disgusting woman. And
Okay,
we
I
both
feel
hope
less
for her
guilty.
demise as swiftly as possible.
That almost happened in that school. Looks at her own hands.
But you could understand because of how you've met Elliot's mother. How I would be very scared to have him follow me around.
Yeah, that makes more sense.
Still, he wasn't a part of that at all whatsoever, and he was genuinely trying to be my friend. So after a very long time, which I will get into further details maybe another time, as it is very depressing, we found a way to bring Elliot back, and he is now here on Humgeuy through some happenstance of shenanigans. But yes, he is my friend.
Fuckery was about.
Meanwhile, you're still looking over at Canis like, are you okay?
I'm fine.
Apologies for having him trouble you.
I tend to laugh. It wasn't that much trouble. He was interesting. But if he's a friend of yours, I'm sure.
Nyx nods.
And thanks for sharing. That must not have been.
I have had to share that story with fresher wounds in the past. Time and time again. So, at this point, it feels second nature almost. Kind of makes like a little
Pun
nod.
intended.
Kind of nods and return.
He is a doctor as well. And he has many skills, so if something does happen, well, I'm sure you can be able to contact him in one shape, way, or form.
Hopefully that won't be necessary.
Next,
Yes.
what do Elliot's eyes look like?
Nyx kind of pauses for a moment. They don't look like what they used to before.
Are
They
they
used to be
pinpricks?
green. He seems to be changing. Why do you ask?
We'll get to that when it's our turn.
That's right. What did you find flying around next, aside from Elliot?
Well, Ariat was the one who alerted me to Elliot, and I got distracted. But what I did find was the crater that your giant friend
The
has left.
Titanosaur? Yeah.
Yes.
I'm not surprised.
It also, I believe, I sensed one of the gloom trees, which I am not sure if I have explained in deeper detail about what those are to you, but I did sense one further in, around that area, if I remember correctly. Looking for my quick notes.
From what was in the notes, it was a darkened kind of space that you were flying over.
Okay.
It was like a dark, deep in the forest kind of thing.
The landslide's reinforcements, from what I have seen, has been constructed, but I still worry about its stability, especially if it gets hit with anything powerful. I doubt the current structures would be able to stay up for long. Let's see. In the northwest of the island, I saw a large, fenced, boarded off wooden, boarded off area. And from what I've heard recently about the ichor, the black ichor being around, I believe that could be an area which that is in.
Yeah.
And being quarantined.
That's what I found out. Well, it's not great.
There's a strange cold coldness to that area as well, which may be a result of something else. It is odd.
That would be good to investigate later, then.
Let's see. I believe I can help depending on the circumstances if Wallenstein does try to attack this island. I believe that if I am within the heights of this island, I can be able to, or flying above the heights of this island, I will be able to create some more fortifications as well. With various nature abilities that I have to at my disposal. Other than that, I am mostly concerned with the gloom tree, this landslide situation, and of course the quarantine area.
Mm-hmm. Well, that's a lot of information. Thank you very much, Nyx. I think it's your turn now, Canis. You're not looking too great.
I'm fine.
Just roll I got oysters!
You'll never guess what I fished up this afternoon.
Oyster! Who wants chowder?
Immediately pukes.
No!
Cicane is turning green.
I probably should have warned you. Had I known you were going to the southwest, they serve inordinately big meals, mostly because the caravanners use a lot of energy in their journey. They usually recuperate there and then continue on.
I'm aware of that now, yes.
If I may ask, what did you end up having?
Chowder.
Oh,
that
So
sits
much chowder.
so heavy.
but it's an excellent choice. It's one of
aware.
their house specialties, so at least it was something good. But may I ask, what were you doing? What were you doing down there? I thought I said. Did I send you up to the elders? Did they send you down there?
The elders did, yes. They took my advice as to how to properly defend themselves. They also wished for how to... I'm trying to word this properly. As for terms of infrastructure, as well as how to recuperate losses from food as well as economics, I suggested that they should instead look for trade, as well as help from the other neighbors they have. So, that sent me off with word to the caravans to hopefully bolster their defenses in that regard.
Yeah, at this point, everybody working together is the best way to protect the island from what's coming, so... Thank you for your, sacrifice. Feel free to sit down for a while. Next, Salazar, you guys wouldn't happen to have, like, an antacid or something? That might help his tummy.
No.
I mean,
For suffer.
Salazar, no.
Solid no.
Let's play Gwent. No. Okay.
Basically, Nyx just hands you something the equivalent of a root that chew on this. The sap will eat any acid, reflex kind of stuff happening, and reduce some
Thank you.
nausea.
Tastes like Pepto-Bismol.
He'll just chew on that like a piece of cud.
Don't swallow, spit it out when you're done. But thoroughly chew for a while. Just, yeah, basically like a piece, like, just keep chewing on it.
That leaves...
It's not hard bark, it's like soft and stuff like that, so.
So, that leaves the investigation.
Well, Salazar and Wenry.
Yes.
Wenry went straight up to the area to kind of investigate. So, rock, paper, scissors. Who wants to go?
I asked the professionals of a corpse mage because I don't fuck around.
All right. Well, so I started off my investigation trying to find the two other candidates, and well, unfortunately, the bad news is they're both long since gone. The very bad news is that they're both gone very suspiciously. I found Miranda's body with a knife stabbed in the chest. In her own home. So the neighbor remembers seeing her enter a cart with somebody, and this somebody, I assume, is probably the other candidate, Holcomb. He's currently in a graveyard. And unfortunately, he was doing something that traders never do on this island. He changed the direction he circles the island. It's very bad luck if you do that. So, the superstitious would say he brought it on himself for breaking tradition, but I'm thinking there's something deeper about it. And I think there's something else. Salazar was there when I told him, but I think I saw something, but for the life of me, I can't remember what it is. She's scrunching up her face. She's just thinking really, really hard, but she can't remember what it was.
Salazar during this has essentially ever since we got back has been using his arcane recovery ability. I'm going to recover an 8th level and a 1st level spell slot.
I believe that someone or something has modified Wenry's memory.
Oh, that's great. Is there a way to fix that?
There is. However, I need to be sure that I do it properly. I'm not sure if... I've never seen modify memory act the way that this... whatever is... causing Wenry to forget. Don't want to accidentally cause some sort of harm.
Yeah, I would prefer you didn't cause any harm to my brain.
Salazar.
I think you will.
Huh?
Make me an intelligence saving throw.
Oh, fuck.
Intelligence saving throw.
For the wizard?
Is there a spell being cast around us right
27.
now?
27?
Yeah, I'd assume the wizard would pass that.
Okay.
Yeah.
As you stare at Winry, you can see just slightly off the bow of the ship.
We're in town.
Kind of.
We're in town.
Oh, sorry.
Here.
The ship. Kind of just sitting in the corner here. In the place where your general meet point was for the meadery here. The corner of your eye, you can see something. Dressed in pure black. Skin ivory white. Eyes like oil. The semblance of a mouth is just a line on the face, and it lacks features. Clean shaven and lithe. As your eyes slowly turn towards it,
You see it. And you hear in your mind just the sound of Alois. Don't blink. You can see as it looks at you, it just tilts the head.
Are we in
It's
the
that
set of small?
smile? Black gums and pearly white teeth. Freakishly perfect.
I mean, Salazar just freezes and looks at this thing. He stops mid-sentence.
Salazar, are you okay? She's not looking at anything behind her. She's looking at him like, what? Why the sudden pause?
There's something there.
Huh?
Something.
Nyx
Where?
kind of starts to slowly draw their blade.
As you go to slowly draw your blade, you hear as Alois,
Not looking.
don't. Don't look. Don't stare at it.
Teacher's looking at Salazar confused, and then also then to, I guess, Eloise then. Okay, what do we do?
Don't look at it. Salazar, do not blink.
What is it?
Some creature. Pale skin, dark coat, black gums.
I am going to cast Prestidigitation to keep my eyes moist.
Ah, nice!
Yeah.
This effect lasts for an hour.
Okay.
It's just sort of like tears just streaming down Salazar's face.
Did this not happen in My Hero? Yeah.
What do you
That
want
feels
me?
weird.
What do you want me to do?
Nothing.
Hmm.
I've got its attention.
Yes,
Its
but
focus
we
is
can't-
squarely on me.
How do we deal with this?
What is this, Alois?
My best assumption. That is an Umbrian.
Another one?
Certain pieces are beginning to fall in place, but I have my assumptions. You see as the figure Salazar kind of steps to the side, and as he passes behind one of your allies, you break eye contact. Everything that has happened in the time in which you have seen this creature, you completely forget.
Gotcha.
he
So
disappears-
just no save for that.
There is a save.
It's
The save
just-
is being able to see him.
Okay.
As he passes, he disappears out of your view. And as he does, it's almost as if he takes the memory with him. Disappearing from this room.
But
as
the rest of us do
suddenly-
remember what he said.
That is true.
Ha ha!
Because none
Salazar
of you were
just-
looking at him.
No,
Salazar
see-
blinks. He's like, why am I crying?
You were staring at an Umbrian, apparently.
You
and when
were staring some. Oh,
you said
What
it was.
Umbrian?
You said it was white, oily black eyes, white teeth, black
I-
gums.
this
I
just
don't
happened.
Remember. I don't
Yeah,
remember.
I think this is the exact same thing I saw. The
Whatever
one
this-
that affected my memories. And
A good assumption.
I also
Well-
think this is the last thing that Miranda saw.
Well, we remember, but you two don't.
It's
But
based
we
off
didn't
of
see it.
sight, it seems.
Yeah.
That seems to be the difference. You both saw this, and the rest of us didn't. You
described it
forgot,
to
but we
us.
remember.
Why would an
I
Umbreon be
did.
here going after anybody within running for Sovereign?
Well, from
Well.
the information... Wait. No, Nyx does not know this information. Only Citra and Alois would know this information. Yeah, Nyx
And
won't make
maybe
that
a little
comment.
bit of Wandering, but...
Something is connecting the terms in which I believe this might have something to do with Wallenstein.
Again? Okay.
Wallenstein is still at odds with the rest of the world.
I know.
They want something here on Humgeuy.
So what is so important about this island that the Umbreon is also interested?
Alois, would it be what we found?
No. They don't know that's there.
Okay.
But I do know what does exist in this island. If I remember correctly, Winry, about 1.5 years ago, this island was taken over by Wallenstein in order to mine for its major resource, a very rare and very powerful resource.
Yeah. Primarily that was the Orichalcum, but... there may be something deep within the island that I've never seen before, so...
The last big push I know Wallenstein was doing was the Archmages and the Archknights and their airboats. But they weren't
And-
necessarily all that successful with it.
You see,
thank
his
goodness we
head
got them out of here before too much happened, but...
His head turns towards Arya and Nyx.
You mentioned that Elliot Bright was here on the island as well. How?
He said that he came into trouble and had to stop here. At least that's what
He was doing work for Vale. And while he was a stowaway on one of the Wallenstein ships, it blew up, and now he is stranded on an island with no resources to go back home.
But he's trying to leave.
Yes.
Curious. I think that man might actually have more answers than he's willing to lead on. We're going to need Elliot. If this investigation revolves around Wallenstein still making a move to try and disrupt Humgeuy, we might be able to discover what their machinations might fully be. At least with his assistance.
I suppose then we should track him down, huh?
I know where he is. Unless he has decided to move. But I know where his last location is, at least.
He sticks
can go
out like
from
a
there.
sore thumb if we look for him.
He is pretty twinky.
What?
Twinkish.
I'll tell you when you're older.
I'm older than you.
Good guess.
Because I'm always confusing Twinkie. Twinkish as a fucking adjective canonically.
No, now I'm just thinking of the fucking Dracula thing of, what is a twink? A little gay guy.
Yes, you're correct.
What is a twink? Not but a little gay guy.
Enough talk, how about thee?
Alois, we're not going to be dealing with the other thing we grabbed for now, right?
No, at least for the time being.
Okay. One less thing to worry about for now.
However, I do kind of worry. A figure like that. He went by completely undetected, even by my own means.
Then we were attacked by 3 other Umbrians back in Thalia.
You think that the Umbrians and Wallenstein have a truce? Or a treaty?
Why would he want a truce? Does she mean Roya?
I'm not sure.
But it might be the main reason why that there's no means to assisting any of the other major countries. Strings are being pulled. And as such, we have to assume that that's what they're trying to do. They're not just working with Roya. They're at his whim.
Well, before we go on anything else, I would like to check in with Sav and Dagex to make sure they're okay.
Leave it to you then.
Yeah.
In the meantime,
I must return to that woman's house.
Is that
Yes,
safe?
we kind of have a final wish to fulfill.
There is more. I spoke with the corpse of the woman. It seems that she had some sort of encoded thought that she had kept somewhere, as well as a copy of her notes.
Well, Winry was right next to you, so she's probably just like... I think she said something about a Elder Carrie.
Yes, you're correct.
Well, let's
actually.
be cautious about...
Sorry, my
saying-
brain is...
You just got messed with. It's okay.
It feels like a tapestry that someone's poked holes through.
It's alright.
We should avoid being alone then, from now
The
on.
last time I saw that,
In case the Umbrian were to show then.
last time I saw that was Grin's doing, and that messed up with some of our team members.
I don't think Grin Nosedriv is capable of something like this. Besides, if it is him...
I
we'd
doubt
have
it.
to
He's dead.
uproot it. Yeah, I know. I am in possession of his corpse.
Long stare from Citra, like, huh?
What?
Nothing. Sorry.
What?
No, it makes sense. I just... Why him?
He was one of the most powerful enchanter wizards I've ever seen. And also
That's-
one of the last of my kind. I figure if anybody should be in possession of his flesh, it should be me.
That's fair.
Nyx kind of makes a face, but not towards Salazar, but remembering seeing him in that memory back
Yeah.
at the tree well.
Mm-hmm.
Wasn't that from a previous campaign, and wasn't that guy a psychopath?
Yes, he was!
And yes.
Citra's fucking boyfriend was stolen by him. They were gonna use Dagex to quote-unquote fake kill the leader of Valdzon at the time, make it so that it looks like the adamantine Bastion was an aggressor, and then kill him.
He framed Leo for murder.
Yep.
Ooh.
The second last UNT, proving Canis right.
However, something
Listen-
comes
No,
to
even I
mind.
agree. This guy was a
Salazar.
dick.
Something does come to mind to you, Salazar, in terms of history. It
Maybe
pops into
it'll
your
fill in the
mind.
gaps.
It does pop into your mind that Grin worked closely to Kaurul. Kaurul is a notable Umbrian.
Thought
Kind of-
Umbrians really can't die.
Well, they turn into some sort of celestial fart gas so they can inhabit another corpse.
It had... If you were to kind of look back at some of that conversation, especially that Harleen had, their longevity was due in part to a curse.
Mm-hmm. Was that lifted?
It would have been lifted by then.
Okay. So, Cowrel's not coming back.
He can't come back.
Okay. I just wanted to be sure, my own history-wise, that this wasn't, I wasn't giving myself a red herring, is what I was saying.
It is the main reason why the Umbrian that you guys killed back in Thalia Cliffs is not coming back either.
Gotcha. Yeah.
Oh, right. I've got his flesh, too.
Yeah, you do. It got spat up on your floor by an alligator.
Flesh. Woo-ha.
So, it's entirely up to you. You could potentially question the corpses, should time allow it.
The corpse of fucking Calrol the Vile?
Not
No,
Calrol,
of
the other guy
Grin.
from Thalia.
Was about to say, I think that's also on the moon, and
Also
I don't want to
Grin.
go back there.
Moon's haunted.
The place kind of
Moon's
sucks.
haunted. Can't
That's
go
all
back
those
there.
space sharks, you know?
It's full of sharks.
Yeah.
Great.
And that dickhead dragon.
Everyone else is like, sharks? Teacher's like, again?
I would love to go back to the moon. Monda's there.
I mean, Grin worked with Calrol, who was an Umbrian. They could know something. I'm not saying they all work together. Clearly Arthur
They
isn't
were also
working
well
with them.
connected.
Mm-hmm.
As well, I believe Grin Nosedriv was privy to the experiments that were going on beneath the academy.
That he was.
Perhaps I should take a brief trip home.
The more we know, the better.
Well, first, let's handle the situation with Winry winning her chance at Sovereign.
That is very important. Yes.
At the very least, it looks like you all have done a fantastic job with getting the word out.
I mean, it's not hard to talk about. You're super sweet and very, very loyal.
Stop it, you're gonna make me cry.
I'm just speaking honestly.
But I think before we go and do anything else, I think we need to report our findings, especially of the bodies, to the elders. I feel like they should know that there's only 2 candidates left, and sadly, one of them is under strong suspicion.
I just said he's a little suspicious, but I don't know if that's necessarily him or Valentin trying to disrupt the stability of your island.
Either way, there's something going on here, and we can't discount any possibilities, so...
Well, there's one possibility that comes to mind.
Yes?
I mean, we've just gone around campaigning for you, and now you're the one who found the body.
Yeah.
There is no possible way this could be tied to Winry.
Nope. Thank goodness.
The body is months old.
I mean, all you'd have to do is zone a truther. Did you kill this person? No. There you go.
The zones of truth and judicial systems are complicated.
What I'm worried about is the
It really
court of public
depends on what's
opinion.
admissible in court. But, at the very least, I feel like we should let the elders know.
We should.
First, Canis, that your mission was successful. Second, of what we found.
Give them the honey for the bad news.
Yeah.
Yeah, make it a little bit of a softer blow.
In the meantime, I recommend committing to a buddy system until this haunting specter manages to leave our presence alone, or until we figure out what to do with him.
I mean, I won't be gone for too long. I just need to check in with them.
Of course.
Well, I'm gonna be honest. I would rather have Salazar by my side if I'm going back up there, to the north of the island. There's a lot more that still needs to be found.
I could try to mind blank us next time.
Maybe that'll help.
Although... No, that would work. The spell lasts for 24 hours, so I could... theoretically cast it on you, go to sleep, cast it on myself.
That's...
Very well.
And on top of that, my investigation also includes talking to another dead body, and she holds up her hands. I'm not skilled in that form of magic.
Tyler just shrugs.
Nyx also shrugs. Because they can also speak with dead. It's just like, meh.
Meh.
So can Arya.
I think Cleric can get that too. Just
Teacher's the only
that
one
right.
next to Wenry that can't.
Yep.
Yes, but I look so cool when I do it.
He thinks
Mhm.
Doctor, another particular detail comes up as bringing up the dead bodies. You are aware that a poison was used
Yeah.
as well.
So we're gonna have to make a stop at the
A
hospital.
paralytic poison, we're theorizing.
Hmm. I can try
And
to
also
see if I
the-
can... Oh, go
I was
ahead.
just going to say, the dagger was also, I believe, of Valenstinian make.
I can take a look.
Hmm.
I don't know if I don't believe that none of you know at all. Seeing as I know Elliot, who is a Bright, which Brights are from Valenston. I am also of Valenston. Not associated with what they're doing, obviously. But if that happens to come up, then I just want you all to know ahead of time of why I know certain things.
Okay, good to know. Does not change Citra's opinion in any way, shape, or form.
So I can possibly look at the blade, as well as the poison, and see if I can determine anything from it.
I'm wondering if the poison might be there still.
It should.
I'm wondering
If it has been there for months, it probably should be there still.
If nothing,
Unless
at least
someone
traces
else
of it.
has removed the evidence. Regardless, I can tell from the wound, in some way, shape, or form, what kind of poison it may have been.
Well, Nyx, your
Yes.
passive medicine gives you an idea. As you kind of begin to go through the memory of many a poison and many a medicine. The use of this kind of poison sounds oddly familiar. To Salazar's best explanation for what it does, it sounds like something that you have personally used before. The very
I'd be able to
type of
compare it
poison
to-
that you used to kill Elliot.
The difference is that Nyx used a needle to make it a painless death. It seems like this person had some more of a vendetta.
The effects of what it does is that it very clearly it coagulates the blood, which suffocates the body of any oxygen, and it puts the user basically to sleep, and then they die in that sleep.
Troublesome.
What is?
Poison sounds familiar. But the fact that it sounds familiar is not a good sign.
What do you suppose it could be?
Either Elliot has much more to do with this than I thought, or someone knows a little bit more about mine and Elliot's particular practices and has gathered that kind of information. So either he's being framed or he's the culprit. I'm not sure.
Either way, we should find him.
Salazar furrows his brow for a moment. He knows the whole story between Elliot and Nex now, correct?
Yes.
Like, the details?
Yes. He's the only one out of the group that knows the whole story.
Salazar will cast Sending to Nex, so the rest of the group can't hear.
What happened to Elliot's original body?
It was burned to ash and used for a burial ritual to summon a tree. And so there should be no remains of his body.
And as far as the necromancer knows, that once a body is destroyed, it basically can't be used.
Yeah. That's why him coming back to life is such a jarring, weird thing to have happened in the first place. Like, when Nick says he got brought back to life and you know the rest of the story, they had no body to make him. They had to use something else entirely.
Mm-hmm.
True Resurrection can get like that, but that's a 9th level spell and you need a diamond the size of your head.
Yeah.
Well, sounds like we need to buddy system off again. Well, not again. Some of us are on our own.
I suggest that we still do a buddy system.
Agreed.
Even if you are going to do something on your own, I suggest you have someone with you.
Well, I just need to talk with Sav for a moment to catch up on them, and then I'd probably be joining back, I guess, with the rest of you.
I can escort you.
Okay.
As he looks at you, Arya, Alois, then I assume that will just leave you and me.
Well, I guess it does.
This will be a gas. It's been a while since I've spent time with a god.
Well...
Meanwhile, us remembering in Sandtide how much he basically told the gods to fuck off.
As for
I
you
would,
three,
Winry just very quietly rolling her eyes.
The only one that would know.
Arya just
As-
kind of chuckles a little awkwardly, like, well, you know, manage your expectations.
Why do they call it a
As-
gas?
It means he's gonna have fun.
I know, but
Don't let him mess
doesn't
with
make
you.
sense.
I'm assuming that I am going with you, Doctor, and Winry about this poison, or am I going with someone else?
Honestly, your knowledge of poisons would be helpful in identifying it.
Indeed. I think it would be quite useful to have along for this.
I wasn't
Also-
sure if I was... Oh, yes.
may I also input, you have the capacity to speak to many of the creatures here in this island. That will be useful for collecting more information of what they do and do not know.
That's very
Winry-
true. Oh, yes.
Winry could use something like that.
True.
And we all have our little link shells, so if something happens...
I also have other abilities that may be of assistance that I can ritual cast as well, as long as I'm not disrupted.
Yes.
It would help with gathering even more information around the areas that we need to snoop a little bit more in.
And no one would suspect an animal of being able to inform. That's brilliant.
Nix knots.
Well, then, let us continue our investigation.
And then
Oh,
we'll
real quick, did we want to report to the elders first before going on this adventure? Or?
Yes.
Sure.
Who's gonna
Yes.
do that?
How about me and Arya? I seem to have a slight rapport with the people here, as well as her.
I think that'll work out.
Be careful.
We'll reconvene here in a few hours. And then we'll bunker down and try to make sure that we have a decent place to sleep without the haunting of a figure.
Another one anyway.
Alright. Well then, crew. Break.
Teacher's just happy not to have to go swimming in cold water again.
Yeah. Just
Meanwhile, Wenry is thinking about just like, I want to go down there!
No, it's cold. You'll catch a death of cold in there. No. Bad.
As you all do, Citra.
Yar. Yeah.
As
She
you
doesn't
go-
mind if Canis hears anything or not. It's just really wanting to check in with those two.
Of course. As you go and collect your thoughts as your mind begins to reach into the Ethereum. As your magic reaches and goes to find
What?
the minds of your allies.
She's using the little thingies that Arthur gave us because Sav got one. She doesn't have to use sending.
Oh, that is true.
That's why I was like, wait, no, she's not using a spell.
I'm sorry. I thought you were using sending. My
No,
bad.
because she knows at least Sav has one, and those two can communicate with each other, and you don't have to worry about 25-word limit.
Yes.
So she would think for a second. Just, Sav, you okay? Just to at least try to see if you can talk it or not.
You can swear you hear a little bit of fumbling.
She probably
Just like,
spooked the shit out of him.
I forgot I had this. Hello? Hello?
You don't
Hello?
have to yell. You don't.
Oh.
Cadence just sees Citra pull the thing away from her ear. Ow.
Oh, sorry.
It's like we're talking in front of each other. You don't have to yell.
so unused to these sorts of things.
Yeah, it's a sending stone, essentially, just much stronger. Are you two doing
Yes.
okay?
Oh, yes, we're doing quite fantastically, actually. Dax! Come! It's just... You can hear him on the other end. It's just like... Hello?
Hey! Just checking in with you. We're
Oh.
back from the moon.
Oh, good.
It's still
All right.
covered in sharks.
You're covered in sharks?
No, it's still got sharks all over.
Oh, it's
remember?
still... okay.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry about
long-
that.
It's okay. Long story short, don't try to leave the planet. You will be attacked by the Titan. We're okay. So, we got there, met with the actual resident of the Citadel, and we did manage to save Azure. And he's now here, alive.
Oh, God.
Oh, I
Stop!
remember him.
She's saying stop to Dak. It's like, no.
You see, like, the polar opposites of the answer. It's like, oh, I remember him. Oh, no.
We managed to find the Dawn Ray, and now, after we brought back Azure, and we got the thing to get Arya's divinity back, we're now in Humgeuy. So, long story short here, we need to make Wenry the sovereign, and it's all political, and now Her and one other are the only one alive, the other two are dead, and now there's an Umbrian on this island that makes you forget the moment you stop looking at him.
Whoa, that's fucking weird.
But Wallenstein's also involved in some way. They're still trying to attack this island.
As Dagex kind of comes through. Well, in terms of what we've managed to achieve, we made it to the Vithrum Vault, and I found exactly what I was looking for, and more.
You did.
As you see, like, you can hear, like, almost the fumbling of the device. It's just like, yes, it's super cool and nice, and I think it'll make you very happy. It's like, stop, take it back. He takes it back, like, they're kind of, like, pulling it, like, you can kind of imagine the fight they're having.
Sov went from being this, like, evil, like, sultan who wiped out people to a child. I love that.
He has been dead for hundreds of years.
Thousands.
Thousands. He was Roya's friend.
That guy's a dick, though.
Yeah. It was something that it was exactly what I was looking for. It is a massive tome. It bears the law of the gods.
We found one too, here on this island, that's going to kind of, I guess, help us reach the next step of becoming a god. And she looks at Kainos, and you don't repeat this for now. We don't need this to weigh down on the group right now.
Then I have at least some positive news about that as well.
I could use some positive news other than a murder mystery.
I had to have my own trial of tribulation in order to get it, but...
Like what my grandmother's was like?
Something of that sort. My mother left behind her spark.
Her spark?
It's mine.
You... oh. She's like that long, like, that, like, made 1 + 1. Oh, I can't get it.
And you hear the fumbling again. Yes, this is why I said it was super cool and nice and everything. Is like, I'm still talking.
Sav, remember what I said, manners.
Manners.
No, we talked about this.
Anyways, we are on our way to Celsium. And I think our first stop is going to at least try and be your tomb. And you hear the rustling again. Yes, I wanted to actually look at what my tomb was. I'm a little curious as to how they made it. And
well,
I hope they did a good job.
You need to be careful. Saviden only kind of fixed up the first half of the tomb. The other half still has active traps.
That I am aware of. Also, I think we're going to need to stop by Zanzibar as well.
Yeah, that's where I wanted you to go in the first place.
Yeah, just checking in.
Please make sure they're okay.
I will assure you that they will be.
We are actively trying to get to that point. It's just right now, I think our next stop is going to be Lobondel.
And you can hear the shuffle again. Right. Okay. There are still things that need to be taken care of while we're at it, but our next stop is going to be Zanzibar. So, if you need us for anything, just give us a call, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, you can also do the same with these, as long as Sav remembers he has it.
I entirely forgot that I had this.
But it sounds like all of the Titans are, well, at least 2 out of the 3 are out. So, just keep low, be very careful. I don't know how many other Umbrians we're gonna have to worry about. One last thing. It's kind of a good news, bad news situation, but remember when I told you that a thing was in my head, talking to me, leading me, and all that stuff? It's...
Here, Sov comes through. Yes?
actually a demon.
Oh, well, don't fuck with that.
I'm not. Azure was, with me as a soul at that point. You know how, like, you were? Someone had to bring him back from the moon.
It's a creative way of doing it.
Yeah, this thing, is clearly working with the Dreadnought and wanted me to find the next, Divine Spark, which is unfortunately with Tiamat. So the Nine Hells are definitely on the list of places we're going.
You hear the shuffle again. I really do not look forward to the idea of you end up descending to a place like that.
Oh, I don't either. Neither does Canis. Neither of us want to go there.
The choice is relevant.
You can hear is like, sir. Understand that the position that everybody is in to go into the Nine Hells is probably the worst possible idea, and regardless of relevancy, and you can see that there might be a pause, almost as if these two might be looking at each other. Citra means a lot to both of us.
She tries not to tear up in front of Canis.
So if you can at least do us the favor of making sure she's okay. Or else I will kill you!
Sav!
I mean it!
Can you also just look at Citra at that comment and raise an eyebrow?
She just holds her hands up, or one hand, because she's holding the other one, like, it's fine. Yeah, we're gonna try to figure things out here. Also, I'm not this mythos thing that it's been looking for. I'm apparently the Promethea, but it thinks I am. And we're trying to keep it fooled for now. Apparently Azure knew about this for a long time, as did also Tasha.
That sounds about right.
Yep. So, just, yeah, if I don't call you back right away soon, you can always do the same as well. Just, yeah, things are getting a little heated around here right now.
I'll remember it for the both of us.
Thank you.
But I will continue to forget about it entirely.
I love you both very much. Just be careful, okay?
We'll see you soon, Citra.
You absolutely will. She'll, in a way, I guess I don't even know how you hang these things up. She's just like,
yeah. Be safe.
And she looks at Canis, just, I'm glad they haven't tried to kill each other.
You have a strange family.
Well, I mean, as I told you, Sav was a soul within me my entire life, and he didn't quite like Dagix right off the bat either. It was complicated.
Sounds such.
I will kill you.
Bitch, I will snap your back in half.
And with that,
we should probably go meet up with the rest of the group and try not to run into an Umbrian.
Yes.
with that, where we're going to go ahead and wrap up today's session.
Fucking Volenston and Umbrians, man.
I've been building up to this bit of just like, there's a reason for Winry's Island.
Oh, we know. Yeah.
Definitely a reason.
But with that Umbrian rocking around, I'm pretty sure I'm glad Citra didn't say anything about what and where exactly this thing was that they went to. Like, let's leave that alone for now. We'll talk about this later.
Yeah. Alright, so, that being said, we're going to go ahead and wrap up here. And, yeah. So, before we head on off, we're gonna go ahead and do some of our personal announcements. I've been streaming again, or at least Avi has been. It's been, yeah. But yes, we got some stuff coming up. At least for me, by the time this episode comes out, I'm relatively sure something must have been released at some point. I'm certain of it.
We need to get
something
you
must have,
like a spreadsheet of shit.
Yeah, I have 1.5 million different projects going on, but for the time being, something might have come out over on the Arshian channel by this point. I am hoping it has. I've been so busy with so many things. But on top of that, live streaming videos are hopefully coming out. As I said, this channel really needs the help, especially with Patreon and all that fun stuff. So if you guys are willing to support us, that would be very helpful. Thank you to our sponsors,
This
EM
time you remembered them.
and Volante, and Connor, how you now?
Me, I'm doing all right. I had myself a little ginger ale. My tummy's feeling better, and played some D&D.
Yeah.
As for where they can find me, you can find me pretty much everywhere. Distortion Devil. I've been saying my stream schedule wrong this entire time. I stream Mondays, Tuesdays, Thursdays, Fridays, Saturdays. No, Sundays.
Basically, most of
I
the
don't stream on Saturday, as a matter of fact.
No, you're here Saturday.
Basically
No,
all
you
the
don't.
week. Except for Monday and Saturday. You can find all my TTRPG content over at youtube.com/devilsanddice rolls, where we just kicked off a brand new Spelljammer campaign.
I just saw that last night.
Yeah, Cazador's Guide to the Cosmos. It's gonna be a lot of fun.
Beard sorcery.
Yeah. Indeed.
Right.
Ooh, hey now.
Hi, it's me, or as Blue Cosonate. I play your Nephilim who is trying to keep it all together. It's just, crazy shit. Another Umbrian, everything's fine. I really don't have much going on. I think by the time this episode's out, you'll probably then see the other arts I've been posting, because they'll be on this channel. On this video when you see it, or you'll hear them. Other than that, I've been trying to stream. I really want to adhere to a schedule. I have a hard time doing so. My schedule is always crazy. So otherwise, you can usually see me on Aaron streams, or I'll sneak into Connor's streams because I can. So not much else is going on for me right now. But if you want to find any of my art, you can find me mainly on Blue Sky, same more on Tumblr, and also on Twitch under the same name. So after that, I'm gonna toss it over to Mal. Grandpa, wake up!
Hi, I'm Sir Malorvic. You can find me on Twitch, Twitter, and Blue Sky under that handle. I haven't really streamed in a while, but you can still find me on my other friends' streams. But beyond that, I have nothing to announce, so off to you, Tara.
Hello, I also don't have a whole lot to announce. On Tara Corbin, there will be stuff eventually, probably, maybe. Go check it out! Anyway, on to you, right?
Hey, I'm Ray, also known as Key Inc. and Calligraphy Inc. on various platforms. I'm playing the Changeling Druid, and yeah, I will also just be hanging out with friends online as much as I can, whether that be Monster Hunter and helping people grind back up, or whether that be Void Crew on the occasion. I do participate in a Monday stream every now and then, talking about tabletop RPGs and alike, and occasionally soft playing games. It's not like completely official games yet. So on Mondays, I will hopefully be posting links to that. But yeah, that's it for me. Passing it on to you, Kendra.
Hi everybody, I'm Kendra, also known as Transient Day, primarily on Tumblr and Blue Sky. Yeah, this is getting very intense. And there's not a lot of time. If I remember the timeline, let's see here. We had 2 days until the frickin' election, and I think we're down to almost 1 now.
Yeah.
Yep. No pressure. It's okay. You got this.
Yeah, none whatsoever. Oh boy. Anyway, yeah. So, that's gonna be something I'm stressing about next week. For right now, not much going on my end. Just like Blue and Ray, I'll probably be popping into various people's streams at some point. I like to hang out in a lot of streams, just in chats as well. So hey, if you find me in a stream, say hi. I think that's about it.
Yar.
Hey, if you like this episode, please share it with your friends, share it with your enemies, share it with the guy down the street who maybe likes D&D. Shrug.
You never know.
And don't forget to subscribe.
Subscribe.
We really appreciate those numbers.
All right. Well then, with that being said, nothing else pressing?
Nope, just a murder mystery that's getting more and more intense.
Very good. All right. Well then, that being said, thank you all so much for watching. Thank you guys for hanging out with us. We hope you stay safe out there. We love you, and as always, see you next time. See you next Sunday.
Bye bye.
Bye everyone.
Bye-bye.